Story 1. It was a quiet evening when I realized someone had been living in my attic for months without my knowledge. The first clue was the occasional sound of footsteps overhead, but the real horror began when I found a hidden stash of my belongings in a dark corner of the attic. I had dismissed the noises initially, attributing them to the house settling, or perhaps the scurrying of squirrels. But one chilly evening, curiosity got the better of me. Armed with a flashlight, I climbed the creaky steps to the attic, my heart pounding with every step. The dim beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing layers of dust and forgotten boxes filled with old clothes and books. As I moved deeper, the unmistakable sound of something or someone stirring in the shadows stopped me dead in my tracks. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I considered retreating. But then I noticed a small, poorly concealed pile of my own belongings, old photo albums, several pieces of jewelry, and even clothing I hadn't worn in years. It was clear now. Someone had been rummaging through my house, taking things, and hiding them up here. Panic set in, and I hurried back downstairs, locking the attic door behind me. I called the police, my hands trembling as I dialed. They arrived within minutes, and I led them to the attic. We found more than just my belongings. There was a makeshift bed, food wrappers, and a stack of newspapers, all dated from the last few months. The officers were thorough, checking every possible hiding spot, but found no one. They suggested that the intruder had likely heard us coming and found a way to escape. They promised to patrol the area and advised me to change the locks. I was left with a deep sense of violation and unease that lingered long after they had gone. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every little sound. My home, once my sanctuary, now felt like a trap. Over the next few days, I had all the locks changed and installed a security system, but the feeling of safety eluded me. Then, 3 days later, the noises started again. It was subtle at first, just a faint scraping sound above my bedroom. I told myself it was the wind or the house settling, yet the fear gnawed at me. I couldn't ignore it any longer by the second night. I had to know. With a heavy bat in my hand, I climbed the attic stairs again. This time the silence was oppressive. My flashlight flickered as I scanned the room, the shadows seeming to dance around the edges of the light. My eyes settled on the small, grimy window at the far end of the attic. It was slightly ajar, letting in a cool breeze that hadn't been there before. As I stepped closer, the floorboard beneath me creaked loudly, and suddenly a shadow moved in the corner. I froze, my heart thudding painfully against my ribs. The figure stepped into the light, and I found myself face to face with a man dirty, disheveled, and wild-eyed. He was thinner than any human ought to be, his clothes little more than rags. I raised the bat defensively, but he didn't attack. Instead, he spoke in a hoarse whisper, "Please, I mean no harm. I just needed somewhere to stay. I didn't think you'd notice." His voice trembled with desperation and fear. There was a moment of silent standoff before I lowered the bat slightly. "You've been living here? In my attic? Why? How?" He sank down onto the makeshift bed, his eyes never leaving mine. "I've been on the streets for months. I found an opening one night when it was so cold, and I just stayed. I'm sorry for taking your things. I was going to return them. I was just so cold, so hungry." His story poured out in broken fragments: lost job, lost family, nowhere to go. As I listened, my initial fear melted into a profound sadness. Here was a man, broken by circumstances, driven to hide away in the darkness of my attic. The police came again, and this time they took him with them. They assured me he would get help. As they led him away, he looked back at me, his eyes filled with something like gratitude. I watched him go, the weight of his despair lingering in the air. The house was silent after that, the attic empty and still. But the shadows seemed less menacing, and slowly, I began to reclaim the peace I thought I'd lost. Yet sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I find myself listening for the faint sounds of movement above, a reminder of the unseen struggles that exist just out of sight. Story 2. I used to love taking late-night walks in my neighborhood. The streets, usually bustling during the day, transformed into tranquil pathways under the moonlight. It was a peaceful ritual that cleared my mind, a slice of solitude in the otherwise chaotic rhythm of my life. That was until one particular night when the sense of safety these quiet walks afforded me was shattered forever. It started off as any other night. I laced up my sneakers, pulled on my hoodie, and set out. The air was crisp, a slight chill hinting at the approach of fall. I strolled along the familiar route, lost in thought, when a slow-moving car caught my attention. Initially, I thought little of it. Cars came and went, and some drove slowly to navigate the dimly lit streets. But as I turned down Maple Avenue, the same car appeared again, maintaining a steady distance behind me. A thread of unease began to weave its way through my thoughts. I quickened my pace, turning down another street, hoping to see the car continue on its way. But it didn't. Instead, it turned as I turned, its headlights a constant presence just in the periphery of my vision. The driver's face was obscured, hidden behind the glare of the streetlights reflecting off the windshield. My heart started to pound, each beat echoing loudly in my ears. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, or perhaps the driver was lost. Desperate to shake off the growing fear, I made several abrupt turns, even doubling back at one point. But it was clear the car was following me. Panic set in as I approached my house. The familiar sights of my neighborhood, usually comforting, now seemed menacing, shadows lurking in every corner. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. The operator's voice was a distant, calming presence as I explained the situation in hushed tones, my eyes never leaving the car that now idled just a few houses down from my own. "Stay on the line," the operator instructed, her voice steady. "Help is on the way. Do not go inside your house. Stay where you are if you can." I nodded, realizing a moment too late she couldn't see the gesture. Clutching the phone, I watched as the car's door opened. My breath hitched. A figure stepped out, tall and shrouded in darkness, their features indistinguishable. They stood by the car, seemingly staring in my direction. I was frozen on the spot, my home just out of reach, a sanctuary turned into a mirage of safety. Police sirens pierced the night, a sound that had never been more welcome. The figure glanced toward the noise, then back at me, before abruptly getting back into the car. Tires screeched as they sped away, disappearing down the street just as the police turned the corner. The officers took my statement, their flashlights casting long shadows as they searched the area. They assured me they would patrol the neighborhood and keep an eye out for the car, described only by its make and the fleeting glimpse of its license plate. In the days that followed, I was jumpy, every car that passed by a potential threat. The peace my late-night walks once brought me had been replaced by a persistent dread. I installed security cameras and added extra locks to my doors, but the sense of security they brought was superficial. Driven by a need to understand and confront my fear, I began to investigate. I spent hours online, searching for similar incidents, trying to find any pattern or explanation. My inquiries led me to a local online forum where others shared similar experiences, describing the same type of car, the same elusive behavior. We organized a neighborhood watch, pooling our observations, determined to protect our community. Weeks turned into months with no sight of the car. The police patrols gradually decreased, and life slowly started to normalize. Yet the shadow of that night lingered, a constant reminder every time I glanced out the window or heard the crunch of gravel under tires. Then, one evening as I was reviewing footage from the new security cameras, I noticed a car passing by slowly, its license plate obscured. It was the same make, the same ominous presence. I called the police immediately, my earlier fears reignited. This time, they caught the driver, a local man with a history of stalking behavior, his motives murky but his intentions undoubtedly malicious. As he was taken into custody, a small part of the fear that had taken residence in me diminished. However, the true terror of that night never fully left me. My neighborhood walks became a thing of the past, replaced by a vigilant routine of locks and cameras. The simple pleasure of a quiet walk had been stolen, replaced by a weariness that perhaps in the end was the wisest companion of all. Story 3. I moved into a new apartment, thrilled for a fresh start in a city brimming with possibilities. The apartment was a modest one-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an old brick building, with creaky floors and a charming view of the bustling street below. The landlord, a hurried man with too many keys jangling from his belt, handed me the lease with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "It's a steal for the area," he had assured me, and indeed it was. I signed the papers without hesitation, eager to unpack my life from the boxes that filled the back of my rented truck. The first few days were a blur of arranging furniture and exploring the neighborhood. It wasn't until the end of the first week that I discovered something unsettling. My mailbox, which I had only just gotten around to checking, contained more than the usual assortment of ads and bills. There was a letter, crumpled and slightly yellowed, addressed to the previous tenant. Curiosity piqued. I turned the envelope over in my hands. It was postmarked over 6 months ago. A quick decision to respect privacy crumbled under a growing sense of intrigue, and I tore it open. The message inside was typed with an old-fashioned typewriter, each letter pressing unevenly onto the paper. It read, "If you don't return what you took, the consequences will be dire." The chill that ran down my spine was swift and sharp. I told myself it was just some misunderstanding or perhaps a bad joke, but discomfort settled in the pit of my stomach. I decided to ask the landlord about the previous tenant. "Oh, the young man?" Left in a hurry, didn't hear much from him after that. Quite the quiet sort, kept to himself, the landlord explained, avoiding my eyes as he fumbled with his keys. His vague response left me more unsettled. As the days passed, more letters arrived, each more threatening than the last. They were all addressed to the previous tenant, each one escalating in tone and desperation. "Time is running out. We know you have it. We will come for it." Each letter twisted my stomach into knots. The thought of someone watching, waiting, and possibly mistaking me for the previous tenant kept me up at night. My initial excitement for my new home turned into a creeping dread. One evening, as I returned from a walk trying to clear my head, I found my apartment door slightly ajar. My heart pounded against my ribcage as I pushed the door open. The apartment was dark, the only light coming from the street lamps outside casting long shadows across the floor. I reached for the light switch, my hand trembling. The apartment had been ransacked. Drawers were pulled out, their contents strewn across the floor, cushions slashed, and my few valuables tossed aside, as if worthless in the intruder's desperate search for something else. On the coffee table, under the dim light, lay another letter. "This is your final warning." I called the police, my voice barely a whisper as I explained the situation. They arrived quickly, taking statements and dusting for fingerprints that I knew would lead nowhere. They advised me to stay somewhere else for the night, an offer I readily accepted, too shaken to imagine sleeping in the chaos of my violated sanctuary. Over the next few days, I stayed with a friend, grappling with the decision to leave the apartment. Yet, something inside me resisted the idea of being driven out by fear. I needed answers. I returned to the apartment, cleaned up the mess, and then went to the library to research the building's history and the previous tenant. Hours spent scrolling through old news articles and public records revealed the disturbing past of my apartment. The previous tenant, a young journalist, had vanished without a trace 6 months ago. He had been investigating a local crime syndicate, rumored to be involved in everything from smuggling to extortion. His articles had hinted at a significant discovery, something he promised would be revealed in his next piece that never got published. Realizing the gravity of what the previous tenant might have uncovered, I understood that the letters were not just threats. They were a search for whatever evidence he had left behind. My next step was unclear, but I knew I had to protect myself. I contacted a detective mentioned in one of the articles about the journalist's disappearance, sharing my findings and the threatening letters. Intrigued and concerned, the detective agreed to help. Together we scoured the apartment, eventually finding a hidden compartment in the floorboards beneath my bed. Inside was a small, encrypted flash drive, likely what the senders of the letters had been desperately seeking. With it in safer hands, the investigation into the crime syndicate resumed, this time with me inadvertently involved. As the weeks turned into months, my role in the unfolding drama grew. I testified in a trial, my apartment a fortress of surveillance and precaution. The crime syndicate was eventually brought down, their secrets exposed, all thanks to the evidence that had been hidden just beneath where I slept. My life eventually returned to a semblance of normality, but the shadows of those months lingered. I learned that home isn't just a place, but a feeling of safety that, once lost, is hard to regain. The letters stopped, the threats ended, but the experience left a mark that no amount of time could fully erase. Story 4. Working the night shift at a gas station on the outskirts of town, I had braced myself for long hours of monotony peppered with the occasional late-night customer buying snacks or fuel. The flickering fluorescent lights and the soft hum of the highway were my constant companions, lulling me into a routine that felt as still as the night air itself. I thought it would be boring, until one night everything changed. It was just past 2 a.m. when the bell above the door jangled violently, startling me from my daze. In stumbled a man, his appearance sending a shockwave of alarm through me. He was covered in blood, his clothes torn, eyes wild with a primal fear. He collapsed against the counter, gasping for breath, his hands leaving smudged, bloody prints on the laminated surface. "Help me. They're after me," he rasped, his voice a strained whisper as he glanced over his shoulder towards the darkness outside. My first instinct was to call the police. I reached for the phone, dialing 911 as I kept my eyes on the man, afraid of what might follow him into the store. As I spoke with the dispatcher, the man's eyes darted around, his body tensed like a cornered animal. "Please hurry," I urged into the phone. "He's hurt, and he says someone is after him." The dispatcher assured me help was on the way, instructing me to keep the man calm and stay on the line. But as I relayed this to him, he shook his head frantically. "No, you don't understand. They'll find me. I can't stay. They'll find me," he stammered, trying to stand, his legs wobbling under his weight. "Please, just sit down. Help is coming. You're safe here," I tried to reassure him, but my own voice trembled, betraying my fear. He looked at me, desperation etched into his features, then back at the door. For a moment he seemed to weigh his options, then, with a sudden burst of energy, he pushed off from the counter and staggered toward the back of the store, disappearing down an aisle. "Wait," I called out, but he was gone. I told the dispatcher what had happened, and then cautiously followed, only to find the back door swinging open to the night, the cool air rushing in. The man was nowhere in sight. I returned to the front, the phone still pressed to my ear, and that's when I noticed the pool of blood he had left behind. It was more than just a few drops, it was a stark, spreading stain on the white tiled floor. The police arrived minutes later, their lights piercing the night. I explained everything, showing them the blood, the path the man took, but there was no sign of him outside. No footprints, no traces of his passage except for the blood he'd left behind. An officer stayed with me as others searched the area. The sense of dread hung heavy in the air, the night suddenly filled with the potential of hidden dangers lurking just beyond the reach of the gas station's lights. As dawn approached, the police had found nothing. No sign of the man, no indication of where he might have gone or who might have been after him. They took my statement, cleaned up the blood, and promised to patrol the area. The next few nights were restless shifts, every shadow and sound causing me to jump. I replayed the night over and over, wondering about the man whose fate remained a mystery. Was he safe? Had someone truly been after him, or was it the product of a deluded mind? Rumors started to circulate among the locals, stories of gang violence and hauntings on the old highway, of people disappearing without a trace. The gas station became a hub for these tales, each customer adding their own twist to the story. Then, about a week later, a woman came into the station during my shift. She was quiet, her eyes scanning the aisles before coming up to the counter with a newspaper in hand. She pointed to an article on the front page's story about a man found in a ditch 20 miles away, an apparent victim of a hit and run, his identity unknown. "I heard about what happened here," she said in a low voice. "Do you think it's him?" I took the paper, looking at the grainy photo of a man, much like the one who had come into my station. The blood, the fear, his frantic escape, it all made a haunting sort of sense now. As the days turned into weeks, the incident became another ghost story for the stretch of highway near the gas station. For me, it remained a chilling memory, a night when the mundane was shattered by the intrusion of a terrifying reality. Story 5. My friends and I had always been adventurous spirits, seeking thrills in the wild corners of the world away from the hum of civilization. This time, our hunger for isolation had drawn us to a remote forest known for its sprawling wilderness and stunning views. We set up our campsite in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines and the promise of peace. The first day passed in a bliss of hiking and laughter, the evening concluding with stories by the campfire under a starlit sky. It was on the morning of the second day when the sense of adventure began to sour. While searching for firewood around the campsite, I stumbled upon something unnatural that sent a shiver down my spine. A small, camouflaged camera hidden in the brush, its lens pointing directly at our campsite. My initial confusion turned to alarm as I called over my friends to take a look. "This has to be a joke, Sarah," one of my friends said, examining the device. But the uneasy looks we exchanged told a different story. We fanned out to search the area and found more cameras, each expertly hidden to oversee different parts of our campsite. The realization that we had been watched all this time sunk in like a cold weight. Our decision to leave was unanimous. We packed up with hurried motions, the eerie feeling of being observed making us twitch at every rustle in the underbrush. But our urgency turned to despair when we reached our vehicles. All 4 tires on each of our 2 cars were slashed, the jagged cuts a clear and menacing message we were not supposed to leave. Panic clawed at my chest as the implications dawned on us. We were stranded, miles from the nearest road, with someone or something intent on keeping us there. Without cell service and the nearest ranger station hours away on foot, our options were limited and grim. "We need to stay calm," I managed to say, though my voice shook. "Let's secure the camp and keep watch. Someone has to come down this road eventually." We returned to the campsite, fortifying our position as best we could. We gathered all the cameras we found and disabled them, not knowing if they were still transmitting or recording. As night fell, the forest's friendly whispers turned sinister, each shadow a potential threat. Our night was a rotation of uneasy watches. Every snapped twig or rustle of leaves jerked us to alertness, our hands gripping whatever makeshift weapons we could find. Despite our vigilance, nothing approached the camp. As dawn broke with no incidents, our initial fear mingled with confusion. Had our watcher retreated? Or was this a game, a psychological torment? We couldn't decide which was worse. The day was spent in an exhausting hike to the ranger station, each of us carrying the weight of fear and fatigue. The ranger listened to our story with a frown, immediately calling in law enforcement. They escorted us back to the campsite, their presence a small comfort against the vast, watching woods. The police found additional cameras we had missed, their feeds leading them to a small, hidden cabin deeper in the forest. Inside, they discovered monitors displaying live feeds from various parts of the forest, including our campsite. The cabin was abandoned, a quick search revealing it contained numerous maps, photos of other campers, and lists of scheduled patrols in the area. The chilling discovery confirmed we had been part of some twisted surveillance setup. The owner of the cabin, however, remained a mystery, their identity obscured by layers of prepaid phones and fake IDs. The police launched a full investigation, but the person responsible was never found. In the weeks that followed, our ordeal made the local news, a story of a camping trip turned survival scenario. We were interviewed, our faces marked by the ordeal, our smiles tight and uneasy. The forest, once a place of escape, had transformed in our minds into a sinister trap. I returned to normal life, but the shadows lingered longer now, a reminder that our isolation had been an illusion. I avoided the wilderness, my camping gear gathering dust in the attic. The fear eventually faded into an uneasy caution, but the lesson remained: some remote places hold secrets, and some eyes watch from the darkness, unseen and uninvited. Story 6. As a true crime writer, I've delved into the darkest corners of human nature, exploring cases that would make most people's skin crawl. My office was littered with files on unsolved mysteries, cold cases, and grisly murders. This latest project, however, was different. It was about a serial killer active over the past 2 decades, known for leaving cryptic clues at his crime scenes. What started as a routine research job quickly spiraled into a terrifying realization that changed everything. I first came across the case while scanning old newspaper clippings. The killer, dubbed the cipher by the media, was notorious for his complex puzzles and the taunting notes he left behind, each signed with a cryptic symbol. Intrigued, I decided to make him the subject of my next book, unaware of how deeply I would be drawn into his twisted world. My research started as it always did, with visits to libraries, requests for police records, and interviews with detectives who had worked on the cases. The cipher had been meticulous, and despite their best efforts, the authorities were always one step behind. His pattern was erratic, the victim profiles diverse, making it impossible to predict his next move. The only constants were the bizarre clues he left, which seemed only to mock those who tried to decode them. Months into my research, I received an anonymous package at my P.O. box, a common enough occurrence given my line of work, as sources often preferred to stay anonymous. Inside, however, was not the usual tip or document, but a small, intricately carved wooden box. I opened it to find a single piece of paper, adorned with the same cryptic symbol that the cipher used. Chills ran down my spine as I unfolded the paper. It was a poem, filled with vague and menacing allusions to my own work and the cases I had written about. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. The cipher knew who I was, and worse, he was drawing me into his game. I contacted the police immediately, handing over the letter and the box. They were skeptical at first, suggesting it could be a prank or an attempt by a deranged fan to scare me. But as I pointed out the similarities to the cipher's known clues, the atmosphere shifted from dismissive to grave concern. From that point on, My project took on a dual purpose, not only to write about the cipher but also to catch him. With each passing day, my involvement deepened. I received more letters, each more personal than the last, each challenging me to play along and solve his puzzles to save potential future victims. The game had turned deadly, and I was unwillingly one of the players. I hired a security consultant, beefed up my home's defenses, and tried to keep my fears at bay. But the isolation of my work, once a solace, now felt like a trap. Every shadow hinted at danger, every unopened letter a potential threat. One evening, as I pored over the latest letter, trying to decipher the cryptic references and coded messages, I realized that the cipher was not only taunting me but also guiding me. The locations mentioned in the puzzles correlated with his past crime scenes, but there was a pattern that had been overlooked, a secondary layer hidden within the geographic profiling. With this new insight, I worked with the detectives, revisiting each site, searching for anything we might have missed. It was during one of these trips, at a seemingly innocuous rural location, that we found a buried box containing personal items from each of the victims, trophies that only the true killer would possess. This discovery led to a breakthrough in the case. Using the new evidence, the police were able to link DNA from the items to a suspect, a former forensic analyst who had worked on some of the earlier crime scenes. The pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place, revealing a terrifying picture of a killer hiding in plain sight. The trial was a media frenzy, with my role in unmasking the cipher bringing an uncomfortable level of attention. I testified, recounting the harrowing months of receiving clues, living in fear, and ultimately confronting the reality that I had been targeted by one of the very monsters I wrote about. After the conviction, I took a long break from writing. The experience had left a deep scar, a constant reminder of the dangers lurking behind the stories I chased. But eventually I returned to my typewriter, driven by a newfound resolve to use my writing as a tool, not just to entertain but to uncover truth and seek justice. As I now reflect on those chilling events, I realize how close I came to becoming a victim myself. The line between observer and participant had blurred dangerously, reminding me that sometimes the stories we tell can come to life in ways we never expect. Story 7. Volunteering at the local animal shelter was something I had always looked forward to, a chance to give back and make a difference in the lives of abandoned and rescued animals. The shelter, nestled on the outskirts of town, was a small haven where the worst of humanity's discards found love and care. My days were filled with feeding schedules, cleaning duties, and the most rewarding part, playing with the animals. It was supposed to be a fulfilling experience, a bright spot in my otherwise routine life. However, that changed when I began to notice unsettling discrepancies that turned my dream volunteer job into a nightmare. It started subtly. I would arrive in the morning to find one less dog in the kennels, or a cat missing from the cattery. At first, I chalked it up to adoptions. Perhaps the staff had processed them after I left. But when I checked the records, there were no adoptions listed. Concerned, I brought it up with the shelter manager, a weary woman named Marla who had been running the place for over a decade. She frowned, puzzled, but dismissed it as a possible clerical error. However, as days turned into weeks, the pattern continued. Animals disappeared, always one at a time, always without a trace. No one else seemed to notice, or if they did, they didn't speak up. The shelter was understaffed, and those who were there seemed too overworked to question the oddities. I couldn't let it go. I needed answers. Determined to understand what was happening, I volunteered for night shifts, under the pretense of helping with new animal intakes that were often dropped off after hours. The first few nights were uneventful. But late one Thursday evening, as I sat in the dim light of the office sifting through adoption paperwork, I heard a noise, a soft thud from the direction of the kennels. My heart raced as I approached the kennel area, the minimal security lighting casting long shadows along the corridor. The sound did not repeat, and everything appeared normal. The dogs were restless, but that wasn't uncommon. I decided to review the security footage from the previous nights, wondering if perhaps the noises were a regular occurrence and I had only just noticed. I rewound the tapes, my eyes glued to the grainy black and white images that flickered across the screen. At first, everything seemed normal animals sleeping or pacing in their enclosures. Then, the footage from 2 nights ago made my blood run cold. The screen showed a shadowy figure at the back entrance of the shelter, a nondescript person hooded and gloved, breaking in without triggering the alarm. The figure moved with chilling precision, heading straight for the kennels. The camera angle only captured parts of what happened next, but it was enough to send chills down my spine. The figure reached into one of the kennels, and the soft whimpering of the dog abruptly stopped. The person then exited the kennel with the animal, a limp form hanging from their grasp, and disappeared from the frame, only to return minutes later empty-handed. I paused the footage, nausea and horror swirling within me. The implications of what I'd just witnessed were too grotesque to fully grasp. I immediately called the police, my hands shaking as I tried to explain the situation. The investigation that followed was swift and grim. The police managed to enhance the security footage, identifying a license plate from a car that appeared briefly in the video. It led them to a man who lived on a secluded property a few miles from the shelter. There they discovered the worst. The man had set up a sort of gruesome trophy room where he kept mementos from the animals he had taken. It was a scene straight out of a horror story, with items that I couldn't bring myself to describe. He was arrested, facing multiple charges of animal cruelty and theft. The community was shocked, the shelter's reputation suffered, and Marla, broken by the betrayal to the animals she cared so deeply for, stepped down. I, too, left the shelter, unable to bear the weight of what had occurred. The trust and safety I had felt there were irrevocably shattered. Months later, the shelter has implemented stricter security measures and has slowly started to regain the community's trust. As for me, I still volunteer for animal rights, but I no longer work directly in shelters. The shadows of that experience linger, a stark reminder of the depths of depravity that can hide behind the facade of a quiet, ordinary place. Story 8. Working as a late-night janitor at the old Montrose Hotel, I had grown accustomed to the quirks and creaks of the aging structure. Built in the late 1800s, the hotel boasted a grand history and architecture that drew in guests curious about its past and rumored hauntings. I was mostly unfazed by the supernatural stories. My concerns were more mundane, keeping the floors polished and the rooms clean. One night, while investigating a leak in one of the ground floor utility closets, I noticed a section of the wall that seemed oddly misaligned. Curiosity got the better of me, and I prodded around, finding that the wall concealed a narrow door. Surprised at my discovery and bolstered by a mix of curiosity in the late hour, I pushed the door open, revealing a steep staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Grabbing my flashlight, I descended the steps, which groaned under my weight. The air grew colder as I reached the bottom, stepping into a large hidden basement. My flashlight beam swept across the room, revealing rows of strange, antique medical equipment. There were old surgical tables, stands with rusty scalpels, glass bottles with faded labels, and large, metal devices that looked like early X-ray machines. Initially fascinated by this unexpected museum of medical history, I wandered through the aisles, marveling at the equipment. It was like stepping back in time, a secret slice of the hotel's past that had been forgotten. But my fascination quickly turned to horror when my flashlight beam landed on a particularly large surgical table in the corner of the room. There, I saw fresh bloodstains splattered across the otherwise dusty surface. My heart pounded in my chest as the implications of my discovery sank in. This hidden basement wasn't just a forgotten storeroom, it was being used. I scanned the room more frantically now, searching for any other signs of recent activity. Near the table, I found a small, bloodied piece of cloth and footprints in the dust, leading to a far corner of the basement where a large old bookcase stood against the wall. Approaching cautiously, I noticed that the bookcase was slightly ajar. Pulling it open, I uncovered a hidden passage that led into a more modern section of the basement, one that looked actively used, with cleaner floors and newer walls. The passage ended at a locked door. Behind it, I could hear the faint sounds of someone moving, and a chill ran down my spine. I rushed back to the main part of the basement and up the stairs, sealing the secret door behind me. Once back in the safety of the well-lit utility closet, I locked the door and called the police, my hands shaking as I tried to explain what I had found. When the police arrived, I led them to the hidden basement. We descended together, the officers moving cautiously through the collection of medical antiquities. As they documented the scene, I showed them the surgical table with the bloodstains in the hidden passage. The police broke through the locked door at the end of the passage, revealing a small, makeshift laboratory filled with medical equipment that was clearly in use. They found notes and records indicating that someone had been performing illegal medical experiments in this hidden facility. The horror of what had occurred there, far from the eyes of the unsuspecting hotel guests above, was overwhelming. The investigation quickly revealed that the hotel's reclusive owner was behind the activities. A former surgeon, he had been stripped of his medical license years earlier for unethical practices. Unwilling to abandon his work, he had turned the hotel's hidden basement into his personal laboratory. As the story broke out, the hotel was closed down, and the owner was arrested, facing numerous charges. The local media swarmed the hotel, drawn by the sensational story of a hidden medical lab in the heart of an historic hotel. Guests and staff were interviewed, each adding their own shocked reactions to the unfolding drama. For me, the discovery was a stark reminder of how easily dark secrets can hide behind closed doors. I quit my job at the hotel, unable to shake the eerie feeling of the basement and its gruesome secrets. The experience haunted me, a constant reminder of the night I uncovered a hidden horror in a place where no one thought to look. Story 9. Growing up, we all heard the stories about the reclusive old man living in the woods, a figure shrouded in mystery and the subject of numerous urban legends. As children, we would dare each other to venture near the forest's edge, but none of us was ever brave enough to actually enter. The stories grew wilder, with each telling tales of strange lights in the woods at night, eerie sounds, and even glimpses of the man, always at a distance, watching from the shadows. As I grew older, I dismissed these stories as just childish fantasies, designed to scare and thrill in equal measure. However, my skepticism was challenged one autumn afternoon when I decided to go hiking in those very woods. The forest was dense and beautiful, the leaves a riot of colors, the air crisp and clear. It was peaceful, and I found myself drawn deeper into the woods, further than I had ever gone before. That's when I stumbled upon a makeshift cabin, crudely constructed and well hidden beneath thick foliage. Curiosity overcame caution, and I approached, the old legends echoing in my mind. The door was slightly ajar, creaking ominously as I pushed it open. The cabin was small and cluttered, filled with objects that seemed both ordinary and bizarre: pots and pans, books about wilderness survival, and strange, handcrafted dolls that hung from the ceiling. But it was what I found on a dusty table that stopped me in my tracks. There were photographs, dozens of them, spread across the surface and pinned to the walls. They were photographs of people, some smiling and seemingly unaware they were being watched. A cold chill ran down my spine as I recognized several faces, people who had gone missing from our town over the years. Heart pounding, I realized I needed to leave and report this to the police. But just as I turned to go, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching the cabin. Panic seized me. I was alone, unarmed, and far from any help. The footsteps grew louder, more deliberate. In a moment of desperation, I ducked under the table, pushing myself against the wall in an attempt to hide. The door creaked loudly as it fully opened, and through the gaps between the rickety floorboards I could see dirty, worn boots pacing slowly inside the cabin. The old man's voice, rough and unfamiliar, broke the silence. "Who's there?" "I know someone's here. I can feel you," muttered to himself, or perhaps to me. I held my breath, trying to make myself as small as possible. He moved around the cabin, his steps heavy and searching. After what felt like an eternity, he stopped right by the table. I could hear his ragged breathing, smell the musty scent of his clothes. My heart raced, fear gripping me tightly. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open again, and another voice called out, strong and authoritative. "Police. Is anyone here?" Relief washed over me in an overwhelming wave. I crawled out from under the table, my hands raised, eyes meeting those of the police officer at the door. Behind him, more officers approached, their presence a guarantee of safety. The old man didn't resist. It seemed he had been expecting this moment. As they handcuffed him, he looked directly at me, his gaze unsettlingly calm. It wouldn't leave me alone. "I just wanted peace," he said, but his words made little sense in the face of the evidence around us. The police had been searching for him for a while, tipped off by new evidence linked to the missing persons cases. My stumble upon his cabin had accelerated his capture. The aftermath of the discovery was chaotic. The cabin was a goldmine of evidence that unraveled many of the town's most troubling mysteries. Families who had been searching for answers for years were finally given some closure, though the truth was often darker than they had anticipated. As for me, I was hailed as a hero, a title I accepted reluctantly. The woods no longer held the allure they once did. The legends had been far too real. I couldn't shake the image of those photographs, the eyes of the missing staring back at me, their fates sealed by a man they had never known. Months later, as the old man was tried and convicted, our town slowly returned to normal, but the shadows of those woods lingered long in our collective memory. We had learned a harsh lesson about the thin line between myth and reality, and how easily one could become the other. Story 10. I took a job as a delivery driver for the solitude it offered. The open road was my escape from the daily grind, the rolling landscapes a canvas for my thoughts. For months, it was the perfect arrangement, delivering everything from furniture to packaged goods to all corners of the state. That was until I received a peculiar delivery request that changed everything. The order came through on a slow Tuesday afternoon. The destination was an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, a place rumored to have been closed down after a series of unexplained accidents made the headlines. The pickup was from a nondescript building downtown, and the package I was to deliver was unusually heavy and awkwardly shaped. Curiosity got the better of me, and before I loaded the package into the truck, I decided to check its contents. What I found inside sent a chill down my spine: several old dolls with missing eyes, a collection of rusty old kitchen knives, and a stained dress that looked decades old. It was like something out of a horror movie, and for a moment I considered refusing the delivery. But rationalizing it as a prank or some weird art project, I loaded the package and set off. Driving to the warehouse, the weather took a turn for the worse. Dark clouds rolled in, and a thick fog settled over the road, reducing my visibility to just a few feet ahead. The GPS led me to a dilapidated structure, its walls graffitied and windows boarded up. The gate was oddly ajar, creaking ominously as I pushed it open to drive through. I parked the truck inside the open loading bay and quickly unloaded the package, eager to leave the eerie place. As I set it down, a sudden noise caught my attention, a soft scuffling sound, like someone dragging their feet across the floor. I froze, listening intently. The sound stopped, replaced by the heavy silence that filled the vast, empty space. Feeling uneasy, I decided to leave quickly. But as I turned to walk back to my truck, I noticed a shadow darting behind a column. My heart raced. I wasn't alone. Straining my eyes to see through the dim light, I spotted movement again, this time closer. Someone was watching me, hiding in the shadows. Panic set in. I considered running but realized I didn't know my way around the warehouse. The layout was a maze of corridors and storage rooms, a perfect place for someone to trap me. Instead, I backed slowly toward the truck, keeping my eyes on the shadowy figures that seemed to multiply. Just then, my phone rang. The sudden noise made me jump, but it also gave me an idea. I answered the call on speaker, loudly announcing the police were on their way, hoping it would scare off whoever was lurking in the dark. To my relief, the shadows retreated, disappearing as suddenly as they had appeared. I wasted no time jumping into my truck and speeding out of the warehouse, not stopping until I reached the safety of a well-lit gas station. Once there, I called the police for real, reporting what had happened. They took my statement and went to investigate, but when they arrived at the warehouse, they found nothing but the empty package and no sign of anyone having been there. The incident left me shaken, and I quit the delivery job soon after. The solitude of the open road no longer felt freeing. Instead, it reminded me of how vulnerable I was out there alone. The memory of that delivery haunted me, the not knowing worse than any concrete horror could have been. Later, I learned from a fellow former employee that the address I'd delivered to had a history linked to a series of unexplained disappearances. The police could never prove anything, but the rumors were enough to convince me that I had narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. As time passed, the fear gradually faded, replaced by an unease that lingered whenever I passed by old warehouses or secluded areas. The open road had lost its charm, a reminder of that day when what I thought was just a job turned into a brush with something dark and unexplainable. Story 11. I had just moved into my new apartment, full of excitement for a fresh start. The place was cozy, nestled in a bustling part of town that promised convenience and a vibrant community life. Everything seemed perfect, a promising beginning to my new chapter. The first sighting of him was innocuous enough, a fleeting glimpse of a man at the grocery store, his features unremarkable and quickly forgotten amidst the aisles of produce and packaged goods. But then I saw him again, at the coffee shop down the street from my apartment. He was seated at a table near the window, his gaze briefly meeting mine before I redirected my attention to my order. At that moment, I chalked it up to coincidence. After all, we were neighbors in a busy neighborhood, bound to cross paths occasionally. However, the encounters didn't stop. I began noticing him everywhere I went. He was always there, sometimes just a figure in the distance, other times uncomfortably close. A chill of unease began to creep into my daily routine. His constant presence became impossible to ignore, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, a weight of anxiety pressing down on me. It wasn't just the frequency of our encounters, but the intensity of his stares that unnerved me. There was something in his eyes, a sort of relentless curiosity that felt invasive. The situation escalated when I found the first note. It was placed under the windshield wiper of my car, a piece of folded white paper that stood out against the dark glass. My hands trembled slightly as I unfolded it. "I see you're settling in. Welcome to the neighborhood," it read in neat block letters. The note was unsigned, but I knew it was him. I tried to convince myself it was just a neighborly gesture, albeit a bit unusual. But then more notes followed, each one more personal than the last. I love the red dress you wore yesterday. You looked beautiful." My heart raced as I read the words, a mix of fear and disbelief settling in. This was no friendly welcome. I was being watched, studied, and followed. Terrified, I reported the incidents to the police. They took my statements and promised to patrol the area, but without more concrete evidence or threats, there was little they could do. I felt frustrated and vulnerable, my new start turning into a nightmare. Desperate for some sense of security, I started changing my routines. I varied my routes, frequented different stores, and avoided walking alone whenever possible. Despite these precautions, I would still see him loitering near my apartment, walking a few paces behind me on the street, always there like a shadow. The fear took a toll on my life. I became wary of going out, my interactions became strained, and the walls of my apartment felt more like the sides of a prison. The vibrant life I had envisioned in my new home was overshadowed by the constant threat of his presence. One evening, as I returned from a rare outing with friends, my heart sank. There was a bouquet of flowers waiting at my doorstep, a note nestled among the blooms. "Can't wait to see you again at Reed." That night I didn't sleep. Every creak and whisper of wind sounded like someone attempting to enter. By morning, I had made a decision. I couldn't live like this. I installed security cameras around my apartment and invested in better locks. I reached out to a friend's brother who was a private investigator. He agreed to help, intrigued and concerned by my situation. We worked together, gathering evidence of my stalker's activities. The footage from the cameras was chilling, capturing him lingering near my door at odd hours, confirming my worst fears. With substantial evidence in hand, we approached the police again. This time they acted. My stalker was arrested a few days later. He was a local man who had developed an obsession with me from the moment he first saw me at the grocery store. His apartment was a shrine to his surveillance, filled with photos and notes about my daily life. The relief I felt at his arrest was palpable, but the trauma of the experience lingered. I learned that safety is a precious commodity, easily shattered. I became more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, and less trusting of strangers. Story 12. One night, nestled deeply in the quiet sanctuary of my home, I was jolted awake by a sound that sliced through the silence like a blade, the creaking of my back door. At first I lay frozen, hoping it was just the wind playing tricks or the house settling, as it often did. But then, another sound broke the hopeful illusion, a clear, unmistakable sound of footsteps inside my house. My heart raced, pounding against my chest as the reality of the situation sunk in. There was someone in my house. In a panic, I grabbed my phone from the nightstand. My hands shook as I dialed 911, whispering frantically into the phone that someone had broken into my home. The dispatcher's voice was a calm contrast to my mounting terror, instructing me to find a safe place to hide and assuring me that help was on the way. Without hesitation, I slipped out of bed and tiptoed across the room, avoiding the creaky floorboard near my closet. I slipped inside, pulling the door closed silently behind me. The closet was dark and cramped, filled with the musty scent of old coats and forgotten shoes. I crouched behind a row of hanging clothes, my breath shallow, trying to silence the loud pounding of my heart. As I waited, the intruder's footsteps grew louder, more deliberate. I could hear them moving through the kitchen, the sound of drawers being opened and closed, items being shuffled around. The casual nature of their movements terrified me even more. This person was not in a hurry, not worried about being caught. They were taking their time, as if they belonged there. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, each second a sharp tick in the overwhelming silence of the closet. I heard the footsteps approach the living room, the soft thud of my belongings being disturbed, the faint sound of my television being switched on. It was surreal, hearing someone else move through my personal space with such ease, such disrespect. Then, the footsteps started up the stairs. My breath caught in my throat. They were coming closer. I tightened my grip on my phone, the dispatcher's voice a whisper in my ear, reminding me that the police were only minutes away. But minutes were not fast enough. The intruder was now in the hallway, their presence looming just beyond the closet door. I prayed, a silent, desperate plea that they would pass by, that they would leave, that this nightmare would end. But luck was not on my side. The closet door creaked open, a sliver of light cutting through the darkness. I stifled a gasp, pressing myself further into the shadows, hidden behind an old winter coat. The intruder paused, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought they had seen me. But then they moved on, their footsteps retreating down the hallway. The relief was short-lived, however. They entered the bedroom, and I could hear them rummaging through my dresser, the bedside drawers. The intimacy of the violation was profound, a personal attack on my private world. I remained silent, barely breathing, my entire focus on the sounds that filled the house. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps began to recede. The intruder was leaving. I heard the back door open and then close with a soft click. Silence settled over the house once again, heavy and thick. It was only when I heard the distant sirens approaching that I dared to emerge from my hiding place. The police arrived minutes later, sweeping the house and confirming that the intruder had indeed left. They took my statement and inspected the point of entry, a jimmied back door, which I had locked the night before. The aftermath of the home invasion was a blur of police reports, insurance claims, and sleepless nights. The intruder had stolen valuables and irreplaceable personal items, but the greatest theft was my sense of security. My home no longer felt safe, no longer a sanctuary. In the weeks that followed, I installed a security system, added better locks to the doors, and started a neighborhood watch program with my nearby residents. The experience had shaken me, but it also fortified my resolve not to be a victim. Recovery was slow, each night a challenge, each creak and whisper a potential threat. But with time, the sharp edges of terror dulled, and I began to reclaim my peace of mind, determined to not let fear define my life. Story 13. While driving through an unfamiliar part of town late at night, I took a wrong turn and ended up in a desolate neighborhood. The streets were poorly lit, lined with dilapidated houses that cast eerie shadows under the faint glow of the street lamps. The deeper I drove, the more I realized that I had strayed far from the bustling city center into an area that seemed almost forgotten by time and progress. As I navigated the narrow, twisting roads, trying to find a way back to a main thoroughfare, I noticed a car in my rearview mirror. At first, it seemed like just another late-night traveler, but as I made turn after turn attempting to find my way out, the car persisted, mirroring each of my movements. Anxiety began to bubble up inside me. The possibility that their presence was mere coincidence started to fade as every decision I made was closely followed by the mysterious car. With my heart pounding, I tried to rationalize the situation, telling myself to keep calm, that maybe they were just as lost as I was. But as I made a sudden turn down another street, the car not only followed but sped up, closing the distance between us. This aggressive maneuver left no room for doubt I was being deliberately followed. Panic set in. I took sharp, random turns, hoping to confuse them or find some bustling area where I could seek help. But the neighborhood remained dark and desolate, with not a soul in sight. The other car became more aggressive, at times pulling up dangerously close, as if trying to force me to stop. In desperation, I pushed my car faster, the engine whirring in protest as I sped through stop signs and barely navigated tight corners. The following car matched every move, its headlights a constant, ominous presence just behind me. My mind raced through options. Calling the police seemed the most sensible action, but my phone was in the passenger seat, difficult to reach while I maneuvered the car. When I finally managed to snatch the phone, my trembling fingers dialed 911. I relayed my situation between quick glances at the road, my voice quivering with fear. The dispatcher was calm, instructing me to stay on the line and keep heading towards any well-lit area I could find. Encouraged by her steady voice, I focused on escaping my pursuer. The dispatcher suggested I head towards a nearby police station, guiding me through the streets as I drove. The knowledge that help was close gave me a burst of courage, though the other car still loomed menacingly behind me. As I neared the police station, relief washed over me. I saw the flashing lights of a police cruiser at a junction ahead and drove straight towards it. Realizing what was happening, the car behind me finally turned and sped away, disappearing into the night from which it had emerged. I pulled over, shaking uncontrollably as the police approached. After explaining everything, the officers were quick to act, broadcasting a description of the car and checking the area. I sat in my car, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away, leaving me exhausted and emotionally spent. The officers escorted me to the station where I gave a formal statement. They suspected that I had unintentionally entered a part of town controlled by a gang known for car theft and drug trafficking. It seemed I had been mistaken for someone else or marked as an easy target for robbery. The following days were tough. The fear of being followed lingered every time I drove, a constant check in my rearview mirror becoming part of my driving routine. The incident left me wary of unfamiliar places, especially after dark. However, it also reminded me of the importance of staying alert and the protective presence of the emergency services just a call away. Eventually, life returned to normal, but I was more cautious, always planning my routes carefully and avoiding unknown parts of town late at night. The experience had been a terrifying reminder of how quickly a situation could turn dangerous, a wrong turn leading to unexpected peril. Story 14. During a solo camping trip in the remote woods, I sought peace and a chance to reconnect with nature, far from the hustle and bustle of city life. My campsite was set in a serene clearing surrounded by towering pines and the calming presence of an ancient landscape. As night fell on my first day, I settled into my tent, the sounds of the forest a symphony of wind, distant animal calls, and rustling leaves lulling me into a deep sleep. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered in the dead of night. I awoke to the sound of someone or something rummaging through my campsite. My heart raced as I lay frozen, listening to the clinks and clatters of what sounded like my cooking gear and supplies being disturbed. The initial thought of a curious animal searching for food quickly dissipated as I heard distinctly human noises, a cough, the shuffling of heavy boots on the forest floor. With trepidation, I slowly unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The sight that met my eyes sent a chill down my spine. There, illuminated by the moonlight, was a man, his back turned to me, going through my backpack. He was not just any trespasser. In his hand was a knife, glinting ominously under the night sky. Panic set in as I realized the gravity of my situation. I was alone, without cell service, and virtually trapped. Trying to stay calm, I zipped the tent back up as quietly as I could. My mind raced for options. Running blindly into the dense woods was dangerous, especially in the darkness. Confronting the man seemed equally perilous, given his apparent weapon. The best I could do was stay put, hope he would leave after pilfering whatever he could find, and not discover me hiding mere feet away. Minutes crawled by like hours as I listened to the intruder. Eventually, the rummaging stopped and I heard footsteps approaching my tent. I held my breath, gripping the small pocket knife I always carried, a pathetic defense against his larger blade, but the only protection I had. The tent flap lifted slightly, and a flashlight beam briefly pierced the darkness, sweeping across the interior. By some miracle, he did not seem to notice the slight movement of the fabric where I was hiding, or perhaps he was not interested in finding a person. The light vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and I heard the man walk away from the tent. I dared not move, not yet. After what felt like an eternity of silence, my fear and adrenaline subsided enough for me to consider peeking outside again. This time, my campsite was empty. The man had taken my food supplies and some of my equipment, but fortunately, nothing that I couldn't survive without. Knowing I couldn't stay after such a terrifying encounter, I packed up my tent as the first light of dawn crept through the trees. With my remaining gear, I began the trek back to my car, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every natural sound in the forest. The hike back was nerve-wracking, every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a twig sending shocks of fear through me, fearful the man might be lurking, watching. When I finally reached my car, the relief was overwhelming, yet the fear of what had happened kept playing over in my mind. I drove straight to the nearest ranger station to report the incident. The rangers were sympathetic and promised to investigate. They mentioned that there had been similar incidents in the past, likely the work of drifters who used the remote parts of the forest to hide from the law. The drive home gave me plenty of time to reflect on the ordeal. The wilderness, with all its beauty and solitude, also harbored dangers that I had naively overlooked. My love for solo camping was deeply shaken, and it would be a long time before I could even think about returning to the woods alone. I learned a harsh lesson about preparation and the illusion of being truly alone in the wild. From then on, I made sure to inform several people of my whereabouts when venturing out, invested in more reliable safety gear, and most importantly, I learned to trust my instincts a little more, understanding that the wilderness demands respect and caution. Story 15. I was driving home late one night after a long shift at work, the roads mostly empty and bathed in the soft glow of my headlights. My route took me along a secluded stretch of highway that wound through the woods, a shortcut I had taken countless times before. That night, however, the monotony of the drive was broken by the sight of a figure standing by the roadside. A man, his thumb outstretched, was hitchhiking. Against my better judgment, something about the loneliness of the scene made me slow down. It was cold outside, and the thought of leaving someone to the mercy of the night didn't sit well with me. As I pulled over, the man hurried to the passenger side, a grateful smile on his face. "Thanks for stopping," he said as he climbed in, shaking off the chill. "I'm Mark," he introduced himself. I nodded, giving him a small smile. "I'm heading towards Millersville." "How far are you going?" "That's perfect. I'm going just past there," Mark replied, settling into a seat. At first, our conversation was typical small talk comments about the weather, the late hour. Mark seemed like a normal guy, perhaps a bit down on his luck. But as the miles passed, I began to notice subtle shifts in his demeanor. His responses became clipped, his eyes darting nervously around the cabin of my car. A tense silence fell between us, broken occasionally by his fidgeting. I tried to rekindle the conversation to ease the growing unease, but my attempts seemed only to agitate him further. Then, without warning, his behavior took a sharp turn. Mark's calm facade crumbled, giving way to a barrage of paranoid accusations. "Why are you driving this way? Are you trying to trap me?" he demanded, his voice rising in panic. Startled, I tried to reassure him, explaining that this was just my usual route home. But my words seemed to fuel his paranoia. "I know what you're trying to do," he hissed, his face contorted with fear and anger. My heart pounded in my chest as the situation escalated. I realized then that I had made a grave mistake. I needed to get out of this situation safely, but the dark, winding road offered no place to easily pull over. and I feared what Mark might do if I attempted to stop the car abruptly. Thinking quickly, I decided the best course of action was to appease him until I could find a safe way to let him out. "Look, I'll drop you off at the next gas station, okay? You can find another ride from there," I offered, my voice calm. Mark seemed to consider this, then nodded slowly. "Fine," he muttered, though his body remained tense, coiled like a spring. As I drove, I kept talking to him, trying to distract him from his earlier thoughts. I pointed out familiar landmarks, talked about the upcoming town, anything to keep him engaged in harmless topics. My plan was to reach the brightly lit gas station where there would be other people around, providing a safe environment to part ways. Finally, the lights of the gas station appeared up ahead, a beacon of safety. I pulled into the lot and stopped near the entrance. "Here we go," I said, unlocking the doors. Mark unbuckled his seatbelt, his movements stiff. "Thanks for the ride," he said, not meeting my eyes as he got out of the car. I watched him walk towards the gas station before driving off, my body shaking with the release of tension. The drive home was nerve-wracking, every shadow and noise making me jump. When I finally made it, the relief was overwhelming, but so was the realization of how differently the night could have ended. The experience left a lasting impression on me. I vowed never to pick up another hitchhiker, no matter the circumstances. The risk was too great, the stakes too high. The road home that night had taught me a terrifying lesson in trust and the unpredictable nature of strangers. Story 16. When I started my new job at a bustling marketing firm, I was filled with optimism and determination. The workplace was vibrant, my colleagues seemed friendly, and the opportunities for professional growth were promising. Among the staff was one coworker, Tom, who initially came across as overly friendly but harmless. However, it didn't take long for his demeanor to shift in a way that made me uncomfortable. Tom's interest in my personal life soon crossed the boundaries of workplace camaraderie. He would often mention details about my weekend plans or hobbies that I hadn't shared with him. One day, he casually referenced a concert I had attended the previous night, a detail I had only discussed on my private social media accounts, which were not connected to any of my coworkers. His knowledge of my activities outside of work was both puzzling and disturbing. The situation escalated when I started noticing Tom at various places I frequented outside of work. The first few times I passed it off as coincidence. We lived in the same city after all. However, when he showed up at a cafe I often visited on Saturdays, sitting at a table near mine and watching me intently, it became clear that these were not coincidences. His presence made me uneasy, and his uninvited intrusions into my personal space left me anxious. Fearing for my safety and privacy, I decided to report his behavior to our HR department. I explained how Tom seemed to know too much about my personal life and his unsettling habit of appearing wherever I went. The HR manager listened and assured me that they would handle the situation discreetly and professionally. However, after my complaint, Tom's behavior didn't improve, it worsened. The veiled friendliness vanished, replaced by a cold hostility that was palpable. He started sending me emails with veiled threats, insinuating that reporting him had been a mistake and that I would regret it. Each email was more aggressive than the last, and I saved them all as evidence. Feeling increasingly threatened, I approached HR again, this time armed with the emails. Despite the clear escalation, their response was frustratingly tepid. They talked about initiating a more formal investigation, but advised me to try and keep a professional relationship with Tom in the meantime. This advice felt dismissive and left me feeling isolated and vulnerable. The final straw came one evening when I left work late. As I walked to my car in the dimly lit parking lot, I heard footsteps behind me. Heart pounding, I turned around to see Tom closing the distance between us, his expression unreadable in the faint light. Fueled by fear, I hurried to my car, locking the doors the moment I got inside. Tom reached the car and tapped on the window, signaling me to roll it down. I refused, and after a tense moment, he left. I sat in the car, shaking, unable to drive until I had calmed down. The next day, armed with this new incident, I went to HR once again, demanding immediate action. This time I was not alone. I had contacted a lawyer who specialized in workplace harassment. The legal perspective pushed the company to take my complaints seriously. An investigation was launched, and Tom was put on administrative leave pending its outcome. The investigation revealed that Tom had a history of similar behavior in previous jobs, a fact that had not been disclosed or discovered when he was hired. With solid evidence and a legal team on my side, Tom was eventually terminated from his position. Furthermore, I was granted a restraining order against him, given the severity and persistence of his actions. The company also implemented new policies to handle harassment complaints more effectively and provided additional training for all employees on workplace boundaries and respect. Despite the resolution, the experience left a lasting impact on me. I became more guarded, both professionally and personally. The ordeal taught me the importance of setting firm boundaries and the necessity of having robust support systems in place for handling such situations. Moving forward, I focused on rebuilding my sense of security and advocating for clearer, stronger protocols for handling harassment in the workplace. No one should have to fear for their safety at work or feel that their concerns are not taken seriously. Story 17. After relocating for a new job, I found myself settling into a quaint neighborhood that seemed ideal for starting fresh. The houses were neatly arranged along clean, quiet streets, each with its well-tended garden and welcoming front porch. However, not long after moving in, I began to notice peculiar behavior from my next-door neighbor, a middle-aged man named Mr. Clarkson. At first, Mr. Clarkson appeared to be the typical friendly neighbor. He introduced himself the day I moved in, offering a warm smile and a brief chat about the weather. But soon, his demeanor shifted in ways that left me unsettled. I would often catch him watching me through the slats of his blinds, his eyes tracking my every move as I worked in the garden or left for work. His gaze was intense, almost piercing, and it sent a shiver down my spine each time I noticed. The discomfort escalated when I started finding notes on my doorstep. The first few were seemingly harmless, if a bit odd messages commenting on the plants in my garden or the color I had painted the front door. But the tone of the notes began to change. They became more personal, with comments like, "I saw you come home late last night, hope everything is all right, and you looked really nice in that outfit yesterday." It was clear that he was watching me far more closely than I had realized. Feeling my privacy invaded, I decided it was time to confront Mr. Clarkson. I walked over to his house one evening, my nerves on edge but determined to set clear boundaries. I knocked on his door, and he answered with that same eerie calmness he exhibited from the first day we met. "Mr. Clarkson, I need to talk to you about the notes you've been leaving. It's inappropriate, and frankly, it's making me uncomfortable." "I'd appreciate it if you could stop," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. His reaction was not what I had anticipated. His face contorted into a mask of rage, and he stepped closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "You think you could just come here and tell me what to do? You don't know anything," he hissed. Startled by his intense anger, I took a step back, my heart racing. "I'm just asking for a bit of privacy." "There's no need to get upset," I replied, trying to defuse the situation. But Mr. Clarkson didn't calm down. Instead, he became more agitated, his words slurred and erratic. "You don't belong here. You'll never understand what this place is about," he shouted, stepping onto the porch as if to follow me. Alarmed by his threatening behavior, I hurried back to my house, locking the door behind me. The encounter left me deeply shaken, and I knew I had to take action. The next morning, I filed a report with the local police, explaining the situation and showing them the notes. They promised to talk to Mr. Clarkson and keep an eye on the situation. Over the next few days, I saw less of Mr. Clarkson, but the sense of being watched never fully disappeared. I installed security cameras around my property and made sure to keep my doors locked at all times. The police spoke to him, and for a brief period, the unsettling behavior seemed to cease. However, the peace was short-lived. One evening, as I reviewed the footage from my new security cameras, I saw Mr. Clarkson standing at the edge of my property in the middle of the night, just staring at the house. It was a chilling sight that reignited all my previous fears. The next day, I went back to the police with the footage, and they agreed to increase patrols in the area and have a more serious talk with him. As weeks turned into months, the direct confrontation stopped, but the discomfort lingered. I learned from another neighbor that Mr. Clarkson had experienced some personal tragedies that might have affected his mental health, including the loss of his family in a previous house fire on the property. While this information made his actions somewhat more understandable, it didn't alleviate the fear and anxiety his behavior had instilled in me. The situation gradually stabilized, with Mr. Clarkson keeping to himself after the police intervention. However, the experience left a lasting impact on me. I became more vigilant and less trusting, always aware of the fragility of privacy and safety in one's own home. Story 18. While driving home from work one evening, I found myself caught in the usual rush hour traffic that snaked its way through the city streets. My mind was preoccupied with the day's events and the evening ahead, which might explain the lapse in my usual cautious driving. Without realizing it, I accidentally cut off another driver as I changed lanes. The blare of a horn snapped me back to reality, and I glanced in my rearview mirror to see a large pickup truck right on my tail, the driver visibly irate, gesturing wildly and shouting. Apologizing through the safety of my closed window, I hoped the driver would see my remorseful expression and the situation would end there. However, as I continued on my route, it became clear that the other driver was not willing to let it go. The truck followed closely behind me, weaving through traffic to keep up, honking incessantly and shouting obscenities whenever we stopped at a light. Feeling increasingly threatened, I decided not to head straight home in case the driver decided to follow me all the way. Instead, I pulled into a nearby gas station, thinking that the public setting would deter any further confrontation and give me a chance to calm down. Unfortunately, the other driver interpreted my action as an invitation to escalate the situation. He followed me into the gas station, screeching to a halt beside my car. I stayed inside my vehicle, doors locked, hoping he would eventually leave. But he stormed out of his truck and marched over to my car, banging on the window and demanding that I get out and face him. His face was red with anger, his body language aggressive and threatening. My heart pounded as I dialed 911, but I knew that help might not arrive in time. "Open up. You think you can just cut people off and drive away?" he yelled, his voice muffled through the glass. I shook my head, trying to stay calm as I spoke to the dispatcher. The man seemed to grow even angrier with my refusal to engage with him, and he started pulling at the door handle, trying to force his way in. Realizing the doors were firmly locked and he couldn't get in, he went back to his truck and returned with a tire iron. My breath caught in my throat as I saw the metal bar in his hand. He swung at my window, and the glass shattered, shards flying into the car. I shielded my face with my arms, glass bits sprinkling over me. At that moment, panic set in. I shoved my car into gear and drove off from the pump, glass crunching under my tires. I could see him in my rearview mirror, standing there watching as I drove away. I drove directly to the nearest police station, not stopping to check the damage until I arrived in the safety of the police parking lot. The police took my statement and the description of the man and his vehicle. They sent a car to the gas station to check for surveillance footage and to see if the man was still in the vicinity. Thankfully, the cameras at the gas station had captured the entire ordeal, and the footage provided clear images of both the man and his truck, including the license plate. Over the following days, the police were able to track down the driver. It turned out he had a history of aggressive behavior and road rage incidents. He was charged with assault and property damage, among other offenses. The incident led to a court case, where I faced him again, this time in a courtroom. The process was stressful, but it provided a sense of justice and closure once he was convicted and sentenced. The experience left me shaken and more cautious on the road. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings while driving, avoiding any actions that might provoke another driver. The incident also underscored the unpredictability of other people's actions and the extreme lengths some might go to over minor traffic disputes. Reflecting on the situation, I realized how quickly everyday situations could escalate into dangerous confrontations. I learned the importance of de-escalation techniques and maintaining a calm demeanor in stressful situations, and I invested in a dash cam to protect myself in the future. Story 19. My friends and I had always been drawn to the thrill of exploration, the lure of abandoned places whispering secrets of the past. So when we heard about an old, forsaken building on the outskirts of town, it was only a matter of time before curiosity got the better of us. We planned our adventure for a Saturday afternoon, equipped with flashlights, cameras, and a shared sense of excitement. The building was a relic of another era, its once grand facade now marred by peeling paint and shattered windows. Nature had begun reclaiming the structure, with vines crawling up the sides and wildflowers dotting the entrance like a strangely beautiful welcome mat. We entered through a broken doorway, the creak of the old metal echoing ominously as we stepped into the shadowy interior. Inside, the air was cool and musty, filled with the scent of damp and decay. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the walls, revealing graffiti-covered corridors and debris-strewn floors. We wandered through the ground floor, our voices low and cautious, not wanting to disturb the heavy silence that seemed to envelop the building. As we ventured deeper, the initial excitement began to give way to a creeping unease. It started when we found a room that looked different from the others. Unlike the graffiti and general disarray, this room had a semblance of order. In the corner, there was a makeshift bed crafted from old blankets and newspapers. Nearby, a small, battered suitcase lay open, its contents clothes, some canned food, and a few personal items neatly arranged. The sight was jarring, a stark reminder that we might not be alone. The realization hit us fully when we noticed fresh footprints in the dust, leading away from the room and deeper into the building. The size and shape of the prints suggested they were not old, adding a new layer of tension to our adventure. The playful banter that had filled the air earlier now faded, replaced by an apprehensive silence. We debated whether to continue or turn back, but our curiosity, now tinged with a dose of fear, pushed us onward. We followed the footprints, which led us to a staircase descending into the basement. The air grew colder as we made our way down, the light from our flashlights bouncing off the damp walls. The basement was a labyrinth of rooms and corridors, the atmosphere growing heavier with each step. As we navigated the maze-like space, the sense of being watched grew stronger. We turned a corner and stopped abruptly. There on the wall was a freshly written message: "Leave now." The warning was clear, and its urgent message made our hearts race. We turned to leave, but the sound of a door slamming somewhere in the depths of the basement halted us. Footsteps, heavy and measured, echoed in the near distance. The realization that someone was indeed there, and aware of our presence, turned our apprehensive exploration into a frantic escape. We retraced our steps, the sound of our own footsteps loud in our ears as we hurried back to the staircase. The sense of urgency was palpable, each shadow and noise a potential threat. As we reached the ground floor, the relief was immense, but we didn't stop moving until we were back outside, the sunlight harsh after the gloom of the building. Once outside, we caught our breath, the abandoned building looming ominously behind us. The thrill of exploration had been overshadowed by the frightening encounter, a stark reminder of the risks involved in venturing into such places. We reported our experience to the local authorities, not just to share our encounter but also out of concern for the person living there. The police later investigated and found the building to be a temporary refuge for a homeless person. They worked to provide assistance to the individual, a small comfort after the unsettling events. The adventure left a lasting impact on all of us. We were more cautious in our explorations, more aware of the potential dangers and the fact that our playgrounds were sometimes someone else's sanctuary. The experience was a profound lesson in respect and boundaries, teaching us that curiosity must always be balanced with consideration for others. Story 20. Online dating had always been a hit or miss experience for me, but when I matched with Alex on a popular dating app, it seemed like I had hit the jackpot. He was charming, had a good sense of humor, and shared a lot of my interests. Our conversations flowed easily, and soon we were texting daily. After a week of constant chatting, we decided to meet in person. Our first date was magical. We met at a cozy cafe, where the conversation moved as smoothly as it had through texts. Alex was attentive and seemed genuinely interested in my life and dreams. By the end of the evening, I was smitten, and it was clear the feeling was mutual. We quickly planned a second date, and then a third. Each meeting was as enjoyable as the last, and I felt a connection that I hadn't experienced in a long time. However, as our relationship progressed, I began to notice a shift in Alex's demeanor. What had once seemed like attentiveness started to feel overbearing. He would text me constantly, expecting immediate replies. If I took too long to respond, a barrage of messages would follow, each more insistent than the last. He began to comment on my social media posts aggressively, questioning me about friends who left comments and demanding to know my whereabouts constantly. His behavior escalated from clingy to controlling. He disliked me spending time with friends, especially if he wasn't invited. He would sulk or get angry if I made plans without him, even if it was just coffee with a colleague or a night out with girlfriends. His charming facade began to crumble, revealing a possessive and obsessive nature. Feeling suffocated and concerned, I decided it was best to end things before the relationship progressed any further. When I told Alex I wanted to break up, he took it badly. He pleaded and promised to change, but I was firm in my decision, wanting to set clear boundaries. However, Alex refused to accept it. His refusal turned into outright defiance when he began showing up unannounced at my home. The first time it happened, he brought flowers and pleaded for a second chance. I asked him to leave, reiterating that I was not interested in continuing our relationship. But Alex wouldn't take no for an answer. He started appearing at my workplace, waiting for me outside at the end of the day, causing awkward scenes in front of my colleagues. His behavior was humiliating and frightening. I blocked his number and all his social media accounts, but he found other ways to contact me using different numbers and creating new accounts. Each message was a mix of pleas and veiled threats, indicating that he was not ready to let go. The situation escalated to a point where I feared for my safety. Desperate and scared, I approached the police and filed a report. They took my concerns seriously, especially when I showed them the messages and told them about his unannounced visits. The police warned Alex to stay away from me, and for a while it seemed to work. However, one evening he appeared again at my door, more agitated than ever. This time the police were called immediately, and he was arrested for trespassing and harassment. The following weeks were tough. I struggled with anxiety and feared leaving my house. I felt violated and unsafe, realizing that someone I once trusted could become so invasive and threatening. I took legal steps to ensure my safety, obtaining a restraining order against Alex. This legal boundary provided some peace of mind, but the fear lingered. This experience changed my approach to dating. I became more cautious, taking longer to trust new acquaintances. I shared my story with close friends and family, who supported me and helped reinforce my sense of security. I also sought counseling to deal with the emotional aftermath of the harassment. Reflecting on the experience, I learned about the importance of listening to my instincts. Warning signs that I had initially overlooked became lessons in setting boundaries and recognizing red flags. I also realized the importance of having supportive people around me and legal protections in place to deal with situations that threaten personal safety. Story 21. Walking home from work late one evening, I enjoyed the cool, crisp air and the quiet streets. It was a route I had taken countless times, feeling safe and familiar with my surroundings. The stars twinkled above, and the distant hum of traffic was the only sound breaking the stillness of the night. As I turned onto a narrower, less busy street, I felt a slight unease but dismissed it quickly. It was only a 10-minute walk to my apartment, and I had never had any trouble before. Halfway down the street, I noticed a van slowing down as it approached me from behind. The van was old and beat up, its paint chipped and windows darkened. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to ignore it, quickening my pace slightly. The van matched my speed, creeping alongside me, and my heart began to race. Without warning, the van screeched to a halt just ahead of me, and a man jumped out from the passenger side. He moved quickly, his intentions clear. Panic surged through me as he lunged, his hands reaching out to grab me. Acting on pure instinct and adrenaline, I swung my bag at him, hitting him squarely in the chest. The force of the blow surprised him, and he stumbled back momentarily. "Get away from me," I screamed, the sound echoing down the deserted street. But the man recovered quickly, his expression turning from shock to anger. He lunged again, this time grabbing my arm with a vice-like grip. I fought back with every ounce of strength I had, kicking and scratching, desperate to free myself. During the struggle, I managed to stomp hard on his foot, making him loosen his grip just enough for me to break free. I didn't waste a second. I turned and ran as fast as I could, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear the man shouting behind me, but I didn't dare look back. The nearest open business was a small convenience store a few blocks away. I sprinted towards it, my legs burning with the effort. As I neared the store, I could see the bright lights spilling out onto the street, a beacon of safety. I burst through the door, startling the cashier behind the counter. "Help. Please." Someone tried to grab me, I gasped, collapsing against the counter. The cashier, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, immediately came around to help, locking the door and calling the police. Minutes later, the police arrived, and I recounted the harrowing experience to them, still shaking from the adrenaline and fear. They took my statement, assured me they would search for the van and its occupants, and offered to drive me home. The ride home was filled with their reassurances, but my mind was racing with the what-ifs and the lingering terror of the encounter. The days that followed were a blur of police follow-ups, conversations with friends and family, and attempts to return to a normal routine. The police managed to find the van abandoned a few miles away, but had yet to apprehend the suspects. The uncertainty of knowing the men were still out there filled me with a sense of dread. I took steps to protect myself, altering my routines and avoiding walking alone at night. I purchased pepper spray, enrolled in a self-defense class, and coordinated with coworkers to ensure I always had someone to walk with after late shifts. Despite these measures, the psychological impact of the attempted kidnapping lingered. Every unexpected noise, every unfamiliar car that slowed down nearby, sent waves of anxiety through me. Counseling helped. Talking about the experience, understanding my reactions, and learning coping strategies gradually eased the intensity of my fear. I learned to reclaim my sense of safety and began to rebuild my confidence. The support from friends, family, and even colleagues who walked with me and checked in regularly was invaluable. Months later, while I had resumed my regular activities, the experience had left a permanent mark. I was more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, and less trusting of the quiet streets I once found so comforting. The fear of that night would never completely disappear, but it had transformed into a cautious vigilance rather than paralyzing terror. The police eventually caught the men involved, thanks to a string of similar incidents that led to their arrest. Knowing they were off the streets provided a significant sense of closure, allowing me to breathe a little easier. The ordeal taught me the importance of being prepared and staying alert. It reminded me of the strength I possessed, the ability to fight back and survive. Though I had faced a nightmarish situation, I emerged with a deeper understanding of my resilience and the vital importance of personal safety. Story 22. I went on a hike in a national park, confident in my survival skills. The weather was perfect, the sky a brilliant blue, and the forest alive with the sounds of nature. Equipped with a map, compass, and a backpack full of supplies, I felt ready for any challenge the wilderness might present. The trail started out well marked, and I enjoyed the solitude and the beauty of the untouched landscape. As the day progressed, I ventured deeper into the forest, eager to explore beyond the usual paths. I decided to take a lesser-known route that promised stunning views but was less traveled. The trail markers became scarce, but I was undeterred, relying on my map and compass to guide me. Hours passed, and the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. Suddenly I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in quite some time. Panic set in as I scanned my surroundings, trying to recognize any landmarks. The dense forest all looked the same, and my attempts to retrace my steps only led me deeper into unfamiliar territory. My confidence began to wane as the reality of being lost settled in. I decided to set up camp for the night, hoping to regain my bearings with the morning light. My stomach rumbled, but I rationed my food, knowing I needed to conserve supplies. As darkness enveloped the forest, the sounds of nocturnal creatures filled the air, a stark reminder of how isolated I was. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of owls. The next morning, I awoke with renewed determination. I checked my map and compass, convinced that I could find my way back to the main trail. However, hours of hiking only led me further into the wilderness. My water supply dwindled, and the oppressive heat made every step an effort. I tried to remain calm, but fear gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Days passed in a blur of exhaustion and desperation. My food ran out, and finding water became a dire necessity. I drank sparingly from streams, boiling the water when I could, but dehydration loomed. The forest, once a place of beauty, now felt like a vast, indifferent expanse that threatened to swallow me whole. I battled the elements, facing blistering heat during the day and chilling cold at night. My clothes were torn, my body covered in scrapes and bruises from navigating the rough terrain. The gnawing hunger weakened me, and my thoughts grew increasingly fragmented. The isolation was suffocating, and I began to doubt I would ever be found. One afternoon, as I staggered through the underbrush, my legs barely able to support me, I stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center was a cluster of wild berries. I fell to my knees, hands trembling as I plucked the berries and ate them greedily. The sweet taste was a momentary relief, but I knew it wouldn't be enough to sustain me for long. I pressed on, driven by sheer willpower. My mind wandered to thoughts of home, of the people who would be worried about me, and the life I might never return to. The fear of never being found was a constant companion, a shadow that loomed over every step I took. Just when I felt I could go no further, I heard the faint hum of an engine. Hope surged through me, and I stumbled towards the sound, my heart pounding with a mix of excitement and fear. Breaking through the tree line, I saw a ranger's vehicle parked on a dirt road. The sight was almost surreal, a lifeline in the vast wilderness. I waved my arms frantically, shouting for help. The ranger spotted me and rushed over, his face a mix of concern and relief. He helped me into the vehicle, offering me water and a blanket. As I sipped the water, tears streamed down my face, a mix of gratitude and the release of days of pent-up fear. The ranger radioed for assistance, and soon I was on my way to the park's main station. There, I received medical attention, my body weak from the ordeal but my spirit lifted by the kindness of the park staff. They contacted my family, who had been anxiously awaiting news, and I was finally able to assure them that I was safe. The experience left a profound impact on me. I realized the fine line between confidence and hubris, and the importance of respecting the power of nature. My survival skills had been tested to their limits, and I emerged with a deeper appreciation for life and the fragile balance of the wilderness. Reflecting on those harrowing days, I learned the value of preparedness and the importance of staying calm under pressure. The fear of never being found had been real, but so was the determination to survive. I vowed to return to the wilderness with a renewed respect and a more cautious approach, grateful for the second chance to explore the world with wiser eyes. Story 23. During a business trip to a small town, I had to book a last-minute room at a budget hotel. It wasn't my first choice, but everything else was either fully booked or far beyond my expense allowance. The hotel was an old, run-down building that had seen better days, but after a long day of meetings, all I wanted was a bed to collapse into. The room was sparse but clean enough, with thin walls that allowed the sounds of the nearby highway to filter in. I settled in, hoping to get a good night's sleep before my early morning presentation. I double-checked the lock on the door, noting how flimsy it seemed, but told myself it was just one night, and it would be fine. Sometime in the early hours, I was jolted awake by a noise that set my heart racing, a scratching, rattling sound at the door. Groggy and disoriented, I listened, my mind struggling to make sense of what was happening. Then came the unmistakable sound of the doorknob turning, the door shuddering as someone tried to force it open. Panic surged through me. I bolted upright in bed, staring at the door as it shook under the pressure. The lock was holding, but only just. Whoever was on the other side was determined to get in. I scrambled out of bed and grabbed my phone, dialing the front desk with shaking hands. "Hello," I whispered urgently, trying to keep my voice down. "Someone is trying to break into my room." There was a pause on the other end, then a tired, disinterested voice responded. "Which room are you in?" "Room 305, I replied, my voice barely more than a hiss. "Please, send someone up here." "We'll send security right away," the voice said, but I could hear the lack of urgency. Minutes dragged by like hours as I waited, my back pressed against the far wall, eyes locked on the door. The banging and rattling continued, each noise like a hammer to my nerves. I kept the phone pressed to my ear, begging the front desk for updates, but all I got were vague assurances that help was on the way. As the minutes ticked by, I considered my options. The window was too small to climb out of, and there was no other way out of the room. I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon, my eyes landing on a heavy lamp on the bedside table. I grabbed it, holding it tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. Finally, the noise stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear any sign of movement outside. There was a long, tense silence. I hoped the intruder had given up and left, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of danger lurking just outside the door. After what felt like an eternity, there was a knock on the door. Security, a voice called out. I hesitated, unsure if it was a trick. "Can you show me some ID under the door?" I asked, my voice trembling. There was a pause, then an ID card was slid under the door. I glanced at it, confirming it was legitimate, and slowly unlocked the door, my hand still gripping the lamp. A burly security guard stood in the hallway, looking annoyed rather than concerned. "What took you so long?" I demanded, my fear giving way to anger. "We checked the area, but there's no one here now," he said dismissively. "Probably just a prank." "A prank?" I echoed incredulously. Someone was trying to break into my room. The lock barely held. He shrugged, clearly not taking me seriously. "We'll keep an eye out. Just lock your door and try to get some rest." Frustrated and still shaken, I closed the door and relocked it, dragging a chair over to wedge under the doorknob. Sleep was out of the question, so I spent the rest of the night sitting in the chair, lamp in hand, eyes fixed on the door. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the sun rose, I packed my bags and checked out, vowing never to stay in a budget hotel again. I reported the incident to the hotel manager, but his response was as dismissive as the security guards had been. There was no apology, no offer of compensation, just a curt assurance that they would look into it. The experience left me rattled long after I left the hotel. The sense of vulnerability, the feeling of being trapped and helpless, haunted me. I found myself double-checking locks, avoiding budget accommodations, and generally being more cautious when traveling. In the end, I realized the importance of personal safety over convenience or cost. No business trip or presentation was worth compromising my security. I became more diligent in researching accommodations, prioritizing safety features and reviews from other travelers. The memory of that night served as a stark reminder of the potential dangers lurking in seemingly mundane situations and the need to always be prepared and vigilant. Story 24. I thought finding a roommate online would be safe. I had used a reputable website, checked references, and interviewed several candidates before settling on Mark. He was polite, seemed responsible, and had a steady job. At first, everything seemed fine. We shared the rent, kept the common areas clean, and maintained a respectful distance from each other's personal spaces. However, after a few weeks, I began to notice small things going missing from my room. At first, it was minor items: pens, notepads, a pair of earrings. I wrote it off as my own forgetfulness, assuming I had misplaced them. But then larger, more personal items started to vanish: my favorite scarf, a book one had been reading, even a pair of shoes. Around the same time, I started finding strange notes in my room. They were cryptic messages written on scraps of paper, left in places I would definitely find them. "I see you," one read. "Nice dress," said another, referencing an outfit I had worn the day before. My unease grew into a gnawing anxiety, and I began to suspect that Mark was behind it. One evening, after a particularly stressful day at work, I came home to find my bedroom door slightly ajar. My heart sank as I pushed it open and saw the disarray inside. Drawers had been rifled through, the contents scattered across the floor. A fresh note lay on my bed: "Do you think you can hide from me?" That was the last straw. I decided to confront Mark. When he returned home, I approached him in the living room, my hands trembling with a mix of fear and anger. "Mark, we need to talk," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Have you been going through my things and leaving these notes?" He looked at me with an expression that was equal parts confusion and amusement. "What are you talking about?" I showed him the latest note, my eyes searching his face for any sign of guilt. Instead, his demeanor shifted. His eyes darkened, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. "You think I'm the one doing this?" he asked, his voice low and menacing. "Maybe you're just losing your mind." His words sent a chill down my spine. The carefree, polite roommate I had welcomed into my home was gone, replaced by someone far more sinister. I realized I needed to get out of the situation immediately. "I'm not losing my mind," I said, my voice trembling. "I want you to move out. Now." Mark's smile faded, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "You don't get to tell me what to do," he said, stepping closer. "This is my home too." Fear gripped me, but I stood my ground. "I've already called the landlord," I lied. "They're on their way over to change the locks." For a moment, he seemed to consider his options. Then, without another word, he turned and walked to his room, slamming the door behind him. I hurried to my own room, locking the door and calling a friend to come over. I needed someone there with me, someone who could help if things took a turn for the worse. My friend arrived quickly, and together we packed up some of my essentials. I decided it was safest to stay somewhere else until Mark was gone. We went to the landlord's office first thing in the morning to explain the situation. The landlord, alarmed by my account, agreed to change the locks and issue an eviction notice to Mark. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and tension. Mark refused to leave quietly, but with the landlord's intervention and the presence of law enforcement, he was eventually forced out. The relief I felt when he finally left was immense, but it was tempered by the lasting impact of his behavior. The experience left me shaken and wary of trusting strangers. I installed additional security measures in my apartment and decided to live alone for a while, needing time to rebuild my sense of safety. The notes and missing items had been deeply unsettling, but the confrontation had revealed a darker side to Mark that was truly terrifying. In the aftermath, I reflected on the warning signs I had missed. I realized the importance of thoroughly vetting potential roommates and trusting my instincts. What had started as a convenient living arrangement had turned into a nightmare, one that taught me valuable lessons about personal security and the complexities of sharing a living space with a stranger. Story 25. While working late in an empty office building, I was focused on finishing a project with a tight deadline. The building, usually bustling with activity, was eerily silent, its long corridors dimly lit. As the clock neared midnight, I finally wrapped up my work, feeling a mix of exhaustion and relief. I gathered my things and headed toward the elevators, the sound of my footsteps echoing through the deserted hallways. When I reached the elevator, I pressed the button and waited, listening to the faint hum of machinery as the elevator ascended to my floor. The doors opened with a soft ding, and I stepped inside, pressing the button for the lobby. The elevator started its descent, but suddenly, with a jarring halt, it stopped between floors. The lights flickered and then went out, plunging the small space into darkness. My heart raced as I fumbled for my phone, its screen casting a weak glow in the pitch-black elevator. I tried to call for help, but there was no signal. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Okay," I told myself. "Someone will notice I'm missing and come looking for me." I pressed the emergency button repeatedly, hoping to hear a reassuring voice from the intercom, but there was only silence. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Minutes felt like hours as I sat on the cold metal floor, my mind racing with thoughts of what could go wrong. The air grew stuffy, and I could feel panic creeping in. I banged on the walls, shouting for help, but the thick steel doors absorbed the sound and my cries went unanswered. I tried to focus on my breathing, using the meditation techniques I had learned to keep my anxiety at bay. I recited comforting phrases in my head, but the isolation and the darkness made it increasingly difficult to remain calm. I thought about my family and friends, the things I hadn't yet done in life, and the possibility of never getting out. After what felt like an eternity, my phone buzzed. A tiny flicker of hope ignited as I saw a single bar of signal appear. I quickly dialed 911, praying the call would go through. After a few agonizing seconds, I heard the voice of the operator. 911, what's your emergency? Help. I'm trapped in an elevator in my office building, and the power is out. I can't get out, and my phone signal is weak. Please, send someone to help me, I blurted out, my voice trembling. The operator's calm demeanor was a lifeline in my sea of panic. Stay on the line with me. We'll send emergency services to your location right away. Can you tell me the address of the building? I gave her the address, trying to keep my voice steady. Thank you, I whispered, relief washing over me. Please hurry. Help is on the way, she assured me. Keep your phone on and try to stay calm. You're going to be okay. Clinging to those words, I waited, the minutes ticking by with agonizing slowness. The battery on my phone was draining, and I feared losing the only connection to the outside world. I tried to conserve power, turning off the screen and checking it intermittently. Finally, after what felt like another lifetime, I heard faint voices and the sound of tools working on the elevator shaft. I stood up, pressing my ear to the door, and shouted, I'm in here. Please help. The voices grew louder, and soon I could hear the reassuring sound of metal being pried open. Light flooded into the elevator as the doors were forced open, and I was greeted by the concerned faces of firefighters and building security. Are you okay? One of the firefighters asked, extending a hand to help me out. I nodded, tears of relief streaming down my face. Yes, thank you. I've been stuck here for hours. They helped me out of the elevator, and I took deep breaths of the fresh, cool air, feeling the weight of my fear and anxiety lifting. I thanked the emergency responders profusely, grateful beyond words for their help. As I made my way home, I reflected on the ordeal. The experience had been terrifying, but it also taught me about the importance of staying calm in a crisis and the incredible bravery and dedication of emergency responders. I vowed to always carry a portable phone charger and keep emergency numbers handy, just in case. The next day, I returned to the office, my coworkers offering words of comfort and relief that I was safe. The building management assured everyone that they were taking steps to prevent such incidents in the future. Though it took some time to shake off the lingering fear, I eventually returned to my normal routine, carrying with me a newfound appreciation for safety and preparedness. Story 26. I often jog through a quiet park near my home, enjoying the serenity and the escape from my daily routine. The park was a haven of winding paths, tall trees, and the soothing sounds of nature. It was a place where I felt at peace, my thoughts running free as my feet pounded the well-trodden trails. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, I set out for my usual run. The air was cool, and the park was unusually quiet, with only a few other joggers and walkers in sight. I put in my earbuds and started my playlist, letting the music set my pace. About halfway through my route, I noticed something odd. A feeling of unease crept over me, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a figure in the distance, moving in the same direction as me. At first, I dismissed it as another jogger, but something about the way they matched my pace felt off. I quickened my stride, hoping to put some distance between us. The path ahead twisted and turned, leading into a dense grove of trees. As I navigated the bends, I dared another glance back, The figure was still there, closer now, their movements deliberate and unsettlingly synchronized with mine. My heart rate spiked, and it wasn't just from the exertion. Panic began to set in as I realized that this person was following me, not merely jogging along the same path. I turned off my music, pulling out my earbuds to better hear my surroundings. The sound of footsteps echoed through the park, each one amplifying my fear. I tried to keep calm, assessing my options. The park's paths were like a maze, and the exits were a good distance away. I needed to lose this person before reaching the parking lot, where I hoped there would be other people around. I picked up my pace even more, my breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. The path forked ahead, and I took the right turn, a narrower trail that wound through a thicker part of the park. The footsteps behind me quickened, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of someone running. The realization that they were gaining on me fueled my panic. I pushed myself harder, muscles burning, but the fear of what might happen if they caught up kept me moving. As the trail twisted again, I spotted a small clearing up ahead, with a bench and a lamp post casting a dim circle of light. I made a split-second decision to sprint towards it, hoping to make a stand in the light where I might be more visible to any passers-by. I burst into the clearing, turning quickly to face my pursuer. The figure emerged from the shadows, and under the faint glow of the lamp, I could see him clearly for the first time. He was a man in his late 30s, with an unkempt appearance and a menacing look in his eyes. He slowed his pace, realizing I had stopped, and began to approach me with a sinister smile. "Why are you following me?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. He didn't answer, continuing to walk towards me. My mind raced, trying to figure out my next move. I glanced around, hoping to see someone, anyone, but the park seemed deserted. "Stay back," I shouted, hoping to deter him, but he ignored my warning. Just as I was about to turn and run again, I heard the distant sound of a dog barking, followed by the faint glow of a flashlight bobbing through the trees. The man froze, his smile faltering as the barking grew louder. A moment later, a jogger with a large dog emerged onto the path, the flashlight illuminating the scene. "Hey, everything okay here?" the jogger called out, his dog straining at the leash, barking fiercely at the man. The man took a step back, his eyes darting between me and the jogger. Without a word, he turned and bolted back down the path, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there, trembling, as the jogger approached with concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he asked, his dog now quiet but alert. I think so," I stammered, relief washing over me. "Thank you." I don't know what he wanted, but he was following me. The jogger stayed with me, walking me to the nearest exit and insisting on calling the police to report the incident. The officers arrived quickly, taking my statement and searching the park for the man, but he was long gone. They assured me they would increase patrols in the area, but the experience left me shaken. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the fear that had gripped me that night. The park, once a place of solace and peace, now felt tainted by the memory of the silent pursuer. I changed my jogging routine, opting for well-lit, populated areas, and always carrying my phone and a personal alarm. The encounter taught me the importance of staying vigilant and trusting my instincts. Though the memory of that night lingers, I refused to let fear dictate my life. I became more cautious but also more aware of my strength and resilience. Story 27. I hosted a small gathering at my home, inviting some friends and a few acquaintances. It was meant to be a relaxed evening of laughter and good company. The night started off wonderfully, with everyone enjoying the food, drinks, and conversation. Among the guests was Eric, an acquaintance I had met a few times through mutual friends. He seemed friendly enough, and I thought nothing of including him in the invitation. As the evening wore on, people began to drift out, saying their goodbyes and thanking me for a lovely night. By midnight, only a few guests remained, chatting casually as they gathered their things to leave. Eventually, it was just Eric and me left in the living room. I assumed he would follow suit and head out, but he remained seated, a strange look in his eyes. "So, great party," he said, his voice low and a bit slurred. "I think I'll stay for a bit longer." I forced a smile, feeling a prickle of unease. "Thanks, Eric, but it's getting late, and I have an early morning. Maybe we can catch up another time." He didn't move, just stared at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "I'm not ready to leave yet," he replied, his tone more insistent. I tried to stay calm, my mind racing with thoughts of how to handle the situation. "I'm really tired, Eric. I need to get some sleep." His demeanor shifted, his face hardening. "You don't want me here." "After inviting me to your party," he said, a menacing edge creeping into his voice. The fear that had been simmering beneath the surface now surged forward. "It's not that I lied, trying to placate him. I just need to get some rest. You understand, right?" He stood up slowly, and I instinctively took a step back. "You know, you're not being very hospitable," he said, advancing toward me. "I thought we were friends." My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the gravity of the situation. I needed to get him out of my house. "Eric, please leave," now I said, trying to sound firm, despite my trembling voice. His eyes flashed with anger. "You can't make me leave," he sneered, stepping closer until he was just a foot away. The threat in his posture was unmistakable. I glanced toward the kitchen, where my phone lay on the counter. "Eric, I'm going to call the police if you don't leave right now," I said, my voice shaking. For a moment, he looked like he might challenge me, but then he laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. "Fine," he said, turning abruptly and walking toward the door. "But don't think this is over." I watched as he left, my hands shaking so badly I could barely lock the door behind him. Once I was sure he was gone, I grabbed my phone and called a friend, explaining what had happened. They urged me to call the police and make a report, which I did, my voice still trembling as I recounted the night's events to the dispatcher. The police arrived quickly, taking my statement and assuring me they would keep an eye out for Eric. They advised me to stay with a friend for the night and to call them if he returned. I packed a bag and headed to my friend's house, still shaken by the encounter. In the days that followed, I installed new locks and a security system in my home. The experience had shattered my sense of safety, and I was determined to protect myself from any future threats. I also spoke to mutual friends about Eric, discovering that others had found his behavior disturbing as well. We agreed to avoid him and to warn others about his unsettling actions. Despite the precautions, the fear lingered. Every time I heard a noise outside or a knock at the door, my heart raced and I wondered if it was him. It took weeks for the anxiety to subside, but I eventually began to reclaim my sense of security. The incident made me more cautious about whom I invited into my home and reinforced the importance of trusting my instincts. It also strengthened my relationships with friends who supported me through the ordeal and helped me feel safe again. Though the memory of that night still haunts me, it also serves as a reminder of my resilience and the importance of standing up for myself. I learned to trust my gut feelings and to take swift action when something feels wrong, ensuring that I never find myself in such a vulnerable position again. The experience changed how I approach social situations, making me more vigilant and aware of potential red flags. It was a hard lesson, but one that ultimately made me stronger and more prepared to protect myself in the future. Story 28. I was the last one to leave the office one night, finishing up a project that had kept me at my desk long after everyone else had gone home. The building was quiet, the usual hum of activity replaced by the distant hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional creak of the old structure settling. I enjoyed the solitude, finding it easier to focus without the usual distractions. As I packed up my things and headed towards the exit, I noticed a coworker, Dave, lingering by the elevator. He was someone I didn't know well, but our interactions had always been polite if somewhat distant. Tonight, however, something about his demeanor struck me as off. He was pacing, his movements jittery and erratic, and he looked up sharply when he saw me approaching. "Hey," I said, forcing a smile, "working late too." Dave didn't respond right away. His eyes were dark, his expression unreadable. "Yeah, something like that," he muttered, his voice low and tense. He stepped closer, blocking my path to the elevator. Unease prickled at the back of my neck. "Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. He didn't answer. Instead, he took another step towards me, his body language aggressive. "You think you're so smart, don't you?" he hissed, his voice dripping with hostility. My heart began to pound. "Dave, I don't know what you're talking about," I said, taking a step back. "I think you should calm down." His eyes flashed with anger. "Calm down," he repeated, his voice rising. "You have no idea what I've been dealing with, and you come in here every day acting like you're better than everyone else." I glanced around the empty hallway, the reality of my situation sinking in. There was no one else around to help, no one to hear if things took a turn for the worse. I needed to think fast. "Dave, I don't want any trouble. Let's just talk about this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He lunged forward, grabbing my arm with a grip that was painfully tight. "We're going to talk." "All right," he snarled, pushing me back against the wall. Panic surged through me. I struggled to free myself, but he was stronger than I anticipated. "Let go of me," I shouted, hoping someone might still be in the building to hear. Dave's grip tightened, his face inches from mine. "No one's going to help you," he said, his breath hot against my skin. "It's just you and me." I realized I had to find a way out on my own. My eyes darted around, searching for anything I could use to defend myself. There, just a few feet away, was a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. Desperation fueled my next move. I kicked out hard, aiming for his shin. He yelped in pain, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free. Without hesitation, I lunged for the fire extinguisher, ripping it from its mount. I turned and swung it with all my might, hitting Dave square in the chest. He stumbled back, stunned by the impact, and I didn't wait for him to recover. I sprinted down the hallway towards the stairwell, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear him cursing behind me, his footsteps echoing as he gave chase. I burst through the door to the stairwell, taking the steps two at a time. My only thought was to put as much distance between us as possible. I reached the ground floor and bolted towards the exit, praying the door wasn't locked. Luck was on my side. The door swung open, and I ran out into the night, the cool air hitting my face like a splash of cold water. I didn't stop running until I reached the nearby convenience store, where I burst in and begged the clerk to call the police. The minutes that followed were a blur of fear and adrenaline. The police arrived quickly, taking my statement and assuring me they would search the building for Dave. I was shaken, but grateful to be safe. The next day, I spoke with HR and my manager about what had happened. They were horrified and took immediate action, placing Dave on leave while they conducted an investigation. I was given time off to recover and offered support to help me through the trauma. Reflecting on the incident, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts and act quickly in dangerous situations. The experience had been terrifying, but it also showed me my own strength and resourcefulness. I took self-defense classes, determined to be better prepared in the future, and the company implemented new security measures to ensure such an incident could never happen again. While the memory of that night still haunts me, it also serves as a reminder of my resilience and the importance of workplace safety. I continue to advocate for stronger protections and support for employees, knowing firsthand how crucial they are. Story 29. As a delivery driver, I've seen a lot of strange things, but one night I was sent to a remote address on the outskirts of town. The order came in just as my shift was ending, and I reluctantly accepted it, knowing it would take me far from the familiar, well-lit streets I usually navigated. The address was in an area I had never been to before, and as I drove further away from the city center, the streets grew darker and the houses more sparse. The GPS guided me down a narrow, winding road surrounded by thick trees that loomed ominously in the darkness. Finally, I arrived at the destination, a dilapidated house that looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. The windows were dark, and the paint was peeling off in large chunks. Weeds and overgrown bushes choked the front yard, giving the place a haunted, abandoned feel. I parked the car and hesitated for a moment, my instincts screaming at me to turn around and leave. But I had a job to do, and I didn't want to get in trouble for skipping a delivery. I grabbed the package, a small, unmarked box, and made my way to the front door. The porch creaked under my weight, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I knocked on the door, my heart pounding in my chest. After a long, uncomfortable silence, the door creaked open, and a man stood in the shadows. He was tall and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. His clothes were dirty and tattered, and he gave off a menacing vibe that made my skin crawl. "Delivery," I said, forcing a smile and holding out the package. The man stepped forward, his eyes never leaving mine. He took the package from my hands, his fingers brushing against mine with a cold, clammy touch. "You're late," he said, his voice a low, gravelly whisper that sent chills down my spine. "I'm sorry," I replied, taking a step back. There was a lot of traffic. He didn't respond, just stood there staring at me. The silence stretched on, becoming more unnerving by the second. I could feel the weight of his gaze, and I knew I needed to get out of there. "Have a good night," I said, turning to leave. As I walked back to my car, I heard the door close behind me with a soft click. I quickened my pace, eager to put distance between myself and that creepy house. Just as I reached my car, I heard a noise that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from behind me. I turned around and there he was, standing on the porch watching me with those hollow eyes. He didn't say anything, just stood there, his presence a silent threat. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking as I tried to unlock the car door. The footsteps grew closer, and I could feel his gaze boring into my back. Finally, I managed to unlock the door and slid into the driver's seat. I locked the doors and started the engine, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw him standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. The drive back to the city felt like it took an eternity. My mind raced with thoughts of what could have happened if I had stayed any longer. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me, and I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see him following me. When I finally reached the safety of the well-lit city streets, I pulled over and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. I called my supervisor and told him what had happened, insisting that we never take deliveries to that address again. He was skeptical at first, but the fear in my voice must have convinced him. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about the man in the dilapidated house. I decided to do some research, hoping to find some explanation for the unsettling experience. What I found only deepened my sense of unease. The house had a dark history, rumored to be the site of several disappearances over the years. Locals avoided it, believing it to be cursed or haunted. The experience left a lasting impact on me. I became more cautious about accepting late-night deliveries, especially to remote or unfamiliar addresses. I also started carrying pepper spray and a personal alarm, determined to protect myself in case I ever found myself in a similar situation again. Reflecting on that night, I realized the importance of trusting my instincts and prioritizing my safety. The world is full of strange and dangerous places, and sometimes it's better to walk away than to risk becoming another statistic. Story 30. My best friend Sarah and I had been planning our road trip for months. It was supposed to be an adventure, a chance to explore new places and make unforgettable memories. We set off with a sense of excitement and freedom, our car packed with snacks, maps, and a carefully curated playlist. After a few days on the road, we decided to stop at a small town we had never heard of before. It was charming in a quaint, old-fashioned way, with its tree-lined streets and vintage storefronts. We found a cozy bed and breakfast and decided to stay the night, eager to explore the town's quiet charm. The owner of the BB, an elderly woman named Mrs. Thompson, greeted us warmly and showed us to our room. We unpacked, freshened up, and headed out to find dinner. The town seemed peaceful, with friendly locals who nodded and smiled as we passed by. We found a small diner and spent the evening laughing and talking, enjoying the simplicity of the place. The next morning, I woke up to an eerie silence. I called out for Sarah, but there was no response. Her bed was neatly made, and her things were still in the room, but she was nowhere to be found. Panic set in as I searched the BB, hoping to find her in the common areas or the garden, but she was gone. I went to Mrs. Thompson, explaining that my friend was missing. She gave me a puzzled look and said she had never seen Sarah. "You checked in alone, dear," she insisted, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of her words. "No, we both checked in last night. You met her. She was right here with me." Mrs. Thompson shook her head. "I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken." Desperation fueled my next steps. I rushed to the diner where we had eaten the night before, hoping someone would remember us. The waitress, a young woman with a friendly smile, looked confused when I asked about Sarah. "I'm sorry, miss, but you were alone last night." Frustration turned to fear as I retraced our steps, asking anyone who would listen if they had seen Sarah. Each person responded with the same puzzled look and denial. It was as if she had vanished without a trace, and the entire town was conspiring to erase her existence. Determined not to give up, I went to the local police station. The officer on duty listened patiently as I explained the situation, but his expression remained impassive. "We'll look into it," he said, but I could tell he didn't believe me. As I left the station, I saw him making a call, his eyes following me with a look of suspicion. The feeling of being watched grew stronger as the day went on. The friendly smiles of the townspeople now seemed sinister, their eyes tracking my every move. I felt trapped, isolated in a place where no one believed me and everyone seemed to know something I didn't. That evening, I returned to the BB, exhausted and terrified. I locked the door to my room and searched for any clue that might explain Sarah's disappearance. Hidden behind a loose floorboard, I found a small notebook filled with names and dates. It was a chilling record of people who had disappeared over the years, each entry describing a similar pattern: visitors who came to the town and were never seen again. My blood ran cold as I realized Sarah's name was the latest entry, with the date of our arrival marked beside it. I knew I had to leave and find help, but fear of what the townspeople might do to me kept me paralyzed. In the middle of the night, I heard footsteps outside my door. Holding my breath, I listened as they paused, then moved on. I waited until everything was silent again before gathering my things and quietly slipping out of the room. I crept through the darkened hallways, praying I wouldn't run into anyone. I made it to my car and sped out of the town, my heart pounding with fear and adrenaline. I didn't stop driving until I reached the next town, where I went straight to the police. This time they took me seriously. They sent officers to the small town, but when they arrived they found nothing unusual. The BB was empty, and the townspeople denied any knowledge of the notebook or the disappearances. Despite their skepticism, the authorities launched an investigation, and over time they uncovered a dark history. The town had a long tradition of luring travelers and making them disappear, a secret they had guarded fiercely for generations. The notebook I had found was evidence of their sinister activities, and it eventually led to the arrest of several key figures, including Mrs. Thompson. The ordeal left me scarred, the loss of Sarah a wound that never fully healed. I became more cautious, wary of unfamiliar places and the people I met. The memory of that small town and its dark secrets haunted me, a constant reminder of the fragility of safety and the depths of human deceit. In the end, I wrote about my experience, hoping to warn others and keep Sarah's memory alive. Her disappearance became a catalyst for change, prompting tighter regulations on small towns and remote accommodations. While I couldn't bring her back, it was a step towards justice, ensuring that no one else would suffer the same fate. Story 31. I went for a run on my favorite forest trail, relishing the cool, fresh air and the familiar rhythm of my feet hitting the ground. The trail wound through dense woods, a place where I often found solace and peace. That day, however, my tranquil escape turned into a nightmare I would never forget. As I rounded a bend, I noticed a figure ahead, partially hidden by the trees. My curiosity piqued. I slowed down and saw a man crouched in a small clearing, frantically burying something in the ground. The scene struck me as odd and suspicious, and a shiver of unease crept up my spine. Before I could turn and run, the man looked up and our eyes locked. His face was a mask of shock and anger, his eyes dark and threatening. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to remain calm. I quickly averted my gaze, pretending not to have seen anything, and continued running, hoping he would dismiss me as just another jogger passing by. I could hear my own breath, fast and shallow, as I pushed myself to maintain a steady pace. Behind me, the sound of rustling leaves and snapping branches grew louder. He was coming after me. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of fear and adrenaline propelling me forward. The trail seemed to stretch endlessly before me, each step a desperate attempt to put distance between us. I dared not look back, focusing solely on the path ahead. The forest, once a place of refuge, now felt like a maze of shadows and threats. I knew I needed to lose him, but the winding trail offered few options. My mind raced, considering possible escape routes. Up ahead, the trail forked, with one path leading deeper into the woods and the other towards a small, often deserted parking lot. I chose the path towards the parking lot, hoping I might encounter someone who could help. As I neared the fork, I could hear the man's heavy footsteps gaining on me. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but fear kept me moving. I veered sharply onto the path leading to the parking lot, praying it would be enough to throw him off. The parking lot came into view, a small, gravel-covered area with a few scattered cars. Relief washed over me when I saw an older couple loading their hiking gear into their car. I sprinted towards them, shouting for help. The man was still behind me, but seeing others seemed to slow him down. "Help. Please help me," I yelled, my voice cracking with panic. The couple looked up, startled, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The man, a burly figure with a kind face, stepped forward, placing himself between me and my pursuer. "What's going on?" he demanded, his voice firm and authoritative. Before I could answer, the man who had been chasing me emerged from the trail, his eyes wild with fury. He stopped short when he saw the couple, his expression shifting from anger to calculation. "Just a misunderstanding," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. I was trying to catch up with her to apologize. The older man glanced at me, and I shook my head vehemently. "He was chasing me," I gasped. "I saw him burying something in the woods." The tension was palpable as the two men sized each other up. The woman, sensing the danger, pulled out her phone and called the police. The man who had been chasing me took a step back, his eyes darting between us and the trail he had come from. "You should go," the older man said, his voice steady. "The police are on their way." For a moment, it seemed like the man might refuse. But then he turned and bolted back into the woods, disappearing into the underbrush. Relief flooded over me, but it was quickly replaced by a lingering fear. The police arrived within minutes, taking my statement and searching the area where I had seen the man burying something. I stayed with the older couple, grateful for their presence and support. The officers found a shallow grave, and inside a bag filled with stolen goods from recent burglaries in the area. It seemed the man had been using the forest to hide his loot. The realization of how close I had come to danger left me shaken. The police assured me they would do everything they could to find the man, and I knew I had to trust them. But the fear lingered, a dark shadow over my once beloved trail. In the days that followed, I found it difficult to return to my normal routine. The memory of that day haunted me, a constant reminder of the fragility of safety. I became more cautious, changing my running routes and always letting someone know where I was going. Though the experience left a lasting mark, it also taught me the importance of vigilance and trust in my instincts. The forest trail, once a place of peace, had become a symbol of resilience and the will to survive. And while I may never fully forget the terror of that day, I emerged stronger and more aware, determined to never let fear dictate my life again. Story 32. I rented a secluded cabin for a peaceful retreat, hoping to escape the chaos of my everyday life and reconnect with nature. The drive up was long and winding, taking me deep into the heart of a dense forest. The cabin itself was charming, nestled among towering trees with a clear, sparkling lake nearby. It was perfect, or so I thought. The first day was blissful. I spent hours exploring the surroundings, enjoying the crisp air and the sounds of wildlife. As dusk fell, I made a simple dinner and settled in with a book by the fireplace. The crackling flames and the soft glow of the lanterns created a cozy, serene atmosphere. I felt a deep sense of contentment, the weight of my worries lifting away. However, that sense of peace shattered as soon as night enveloped the cabin. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard a faint scratching at the door. My eyes snapped open, and I lay still, straining to hear. At first, I thought it might be a branch or some small animal, but the scratching grew more insistent, more deliberate. It was clear that something or someone was trying to get in. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The cabin, which had seemed so inviting during the day, now felt isolated and vulnerable. I glanced at my phone, but there was no signal. I was miles from the nearest neighbor, utterly alone in the woods. The scratching continued, now accompanied by the sound of shuffling footsteps outside. I crept to the window and peered out, my breath fogging the glass. In the dim moonlight, I saw shadowy figures moving among the trees. Panic surged through me as I realized I wasn't alone. I locked all the doors and windows, my mind racing with fear. The scratching stopped abruptly, and an eerie silence fell over the cabin. I sat in the darkness, clutching a flashlight, every creak and rustle outside making my nerves stand on edge. Hours passed with no further disturbances, but sleep was impossible. The shadows seemed to grow and shift, playing tricks on my eyes. I kept imagining figures just beyond the reach of the light, watching, waiting. The sense of being hunted was overwhelming. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I finally dared to venture outside. The fresh morning air did little to calm my nerves as I inspected the area around the cabin. There were no clear footprints, no obvious signs of who or what had been outside. But the sense of unease lingered, a gnawing feeling that I wasn't truly safe. Determined not to let fear ruin my retreat, I decided to stay. I spent the day hiking, trying to shake off the events of the previous night. But as dusk fell again, the anxiety returned. I fortified the cabin as best as I could, gathering makeshift weapons and iron poker from the fireplace, a heavy flashlight, and prepared myself for another sleepless night. This time, the disturbances began earlier. As soon as darkness fell, the scratching returned, louder and more persistent. I heard hushed whispers outside, indistinct but undeniably human. My heart raced as I sat in the center of the cabin, every muscle tense. Suddenly there was a loud thud against the door, followed by a sinister laugh. My blood ran cold. Whoever was out there wasn't just trying to scare me, they were enjoying it. I shouted through the door, demanding they leave, but my voice sounded weak and shaky even to my own ears. The night seemed to stretch on forever. I could hear the intruders moving around the cabin, testing the windows, whispering to each other. Each noise was a jolt of terror, my mind conjuring images of what they might do if they got inside. At the first hint of dawn, the noises ceased. Exhausted and terrified, I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed my things hastily, every shadow outside a potential threat. As I drove away, the relief was immense, but the fear still clung to me. When I reached the nearest town, I went straight to the police. They listened to my story with skepticism, but agreed to check the cabin. Days later, they informed me they found no signs of anyone being there, suggesting it might have been local teenagers playing pranks. But I knew what I had experienced was more than just a prank. The retreat that was supposed to be a peaceful escape had turned into a nightmare. The sense of being watched, of being hunted, lingered long after I left the cabin. It was a stark reminder of how vulnerable we can be when isolated, far from help. Reflecting on the ordeal, I realized the importance of trusting my instincts. The serene beauty of the cabin had masked the dangers of being so secluded. While I still love nature and the peace it can bring, I am now much more cautious, always ensuring I have a way to communicate and a plan for safety. The experience left a lasting impact, teaching me that even in the most peaceful places, danger can lurk. It's a lesson I won't forget, one that has made me appreciate the balance between solitude and security. Story 33. As a security guard at a shopping mall, I was used to quiet nights. The long hours were often spent patrolling empty corridors and watching the surveillance feeds, ensuring that nothing out of the ordinary disturbed the peace. Most nights were uneventful, the biggest excitement being a raccoon sneaking into the trash bins. But one evening, that all changed, turning a routine shift into a nightmare I'd never forget. It started as a typical evening. The mall had closed its doors to the public hours earlier, and the cleaning crews had finished their work and gone home. The mall was silent, save for the hum of the fluorescent lights and the soft whir of the ventilation system. I sat in my small office, surrounded by monitors displaying feeds from various cameras throughout the mall. Just past midnight, I noticed something strange on one of the screens. A group of figures, clad in dark clothing and masks, was moving through a service corridor. At first, I thought it might be a prank or a late-night maintenance crew, But as I watched, it became clear that this was something more sinister. They moved with precision, disabling cameras as they went, heading straight for my office. A cold chill ran down my spine. I hit the record button on the surveillance system, ensuring that their actions were documented. Then, I grabbed the walkie-talkie and tried to contact the other guard on duty, Tom, who was patrolling the north wing of the mall. There was no response, only static. Panic began to set in. Were they jamming our communications? I locked the office door and checked the monitors again. The intruders were methodical, moving through the mall with practiced ease. They carried bags and tools, clearly prepared for whatever they had planned. My heart pounded as I watched them approach, each disabled camera bringing them closer to my location. Realizing I needed help, I reached for my phone, but there was no signal. The intruders had likely set up signal jammers. I was on my own. I glanced around the office, searching for anything that could be used as a weapon. My eyes landed on a heavy flashlight and a metal baton, the standard issue tools for a security guard. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. The monitors showed the masked group splitting up, with 2 heading towards the main entrance and the other 3 continuing towards my office. My mind raced, trying to devise a plan. The exit was too far, and they'd likely cut me off before I could reach it. My best bet was to hide and hope they didn't find me. I turned off the lights in the office, plunging the room into darkness. The only illumination came from the faint glow of the monitors. I slipped under the desk, my heart racing as I listened for any sound outside. The muffled footsteps grew louder, and I could hear the low murmur of voices. The door handle rattled, followed by the sound of a lockpick at work. My breath caught in my throat as I realized they were breaking in. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and baton, ready to defend myself if necessary. The door creaked open, and I could see the beams of flashlights sweeping the room. "Clear," one of the intruders whispered, his voice barely audible. They moved further into the room, checking the corners and the storage closet. One of them approached the desk, and I held my breath, praying they wouldn't look under. The flashlight beam passed over the desk, but then the man turned away, satisfied that the room was empty. "Nothing here," he said. "Let's move on. We need to find the guard." They left the office, and I waited a few moments before daring to move. My hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back. I crawled out from under the desk and checked the monitors again. The intruders were heading towards the security room in the north wing, where Tom would have been stationed. I knew I had to do something. If they found Tom, they'd likely force him to give up the keys to the mall's secure areas, where the high-value items were stored. I couldn't let that happen. Steeling myself, I decided to follow them, hoping to catch them off guard. I moved silently through the darkened corridors, keeping to the shadows. The mall was an eerie maze at night, the usual bustle replaced by an oppressive silence. I could hear the intruders ahead, their footsteps echoing softly. They reached the security room and forced the door open. Peeking around the corner, I saw Tom, bound and gagged in a chair, his eyes wide with fear. One of the intruders was demanding the access codes while another searched the room. I knew I had to act quickly, but I took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows, swinging the baton at the nearest intruder. The blow landed with a satisfying thud, and the man crumpled to the floor. The other 2 turned in surprise, but I was already swinging the flashlight at the second man. He dodged the blow, but it gave Tom enough time to kick his chair over, causing a commotion. In the chaos, I managed to land a few more hits, and Tom freed himself, joining the fight. We struggled against the intruders, but the element of surprise had given us the upper hand. Finally, we subdued them, tying them up with the zip ties we kept for emergencies. With the immediate danger over, I used the landline to call the police. They arrived quickly, arresting the intruders and praising our quick thinking. It turned out the group was part of a gang that had been targeting malls in the area, and our actions had put an end to their spree. The experience left me shaken, but it also reinforced my sense of duty. The mall, once a place of mundane routine, had become a battleground. I took pride in knowing that Tom and I had protected it, standing firm in the face of danger. In the days that followed, the mall increased security measures, installing more robust systems and ensuring that no guard would ever be alone again. The night shift returned to its quiet routine, but the memory of that harrowing encounter remained, a reminder of the importance of vigilance and courage in the face of adversity. Story 34. It was late afternoon when I pulled into this small town. I was on a cross-country trip, eager to see parts of the country I'd never visited before. The sky was starting to take on that dusky orange hue, and I figured it was a good time to stop for a meal. I spotted a diner off the main road, its neon sign flickering as if it had a life of its own. Hungry and curious, I decided to give it a try. As soon as I walked in, I felt the weight of a dozen eyes on me. The locals, scattered at tables and along the counter, paused their conversations and stared. It was as if they had never seen an outsider before. I tried to brush off the unease creeping up my spine and made my way to an empty booth. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with a tired smile, came over with a menu. "What can I get ya?" she asked, her voice lacking the warmth I hoped for. "Just a coffee and a cheeseburger, please," I replied, handing back the menu without really looking at it. She nodded and walked away, and I could feel the eyes of the other patrons still on me. As I waited for my food, I glanced around the diner. It was your typical small-town joint with faded wallpaper and a few framed pictures of local events from decades past. Yet, something felt off. The way the locals whispered among themselves, occasionally shooting me furtive glances, made me feel like I was under some kind of scrutiny. When my food arrived, I ate quickly, eager to get back on the road. The burger was surprisingly good, but the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to enjoy. I left a tip on the table and headed outside, relieved to escape the claustrophobic diner. But my relief was short-lived. I slid into the driver's seat and turned the key, but the engine wouldn't start. I tried again, my heart sinking as the car remained silent. Panic began to set in. I popped the hood and got out to check the engine, though I knew little about cars. As I fumbled around, an old man approached me. He wore a worn-out cap and overalls, and his face was etched with deep lines. "Car trouble?" he asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Yeah," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "It was fine earlier. I don't know what happened." He peered under the hood and made a clicking noise with his tongue. "Looks like someone messed with your engine. Sabotage, maybe?" My blood ran cold. Who would do that? He shrugged. "Strangers ain't always welcome here. Might be someone's idea of a joke." A sinking feeling settled in my stomach. "Do you know anyone who can fix it?" The old man nodded. "There's a mechanic on the other side of town, but it'll take a while to get there and back. You might want to find a place to stay for the night." I glanced back at the diner. The thought of spending more time in this town filled me with dread, but I didn't have much choice. "Is there a motel nearby?" "Yeah, just down the road. Can't miss it," he said, pointing in the direction I had come from. "Thanks," I muttered, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over me. As he walked away, I closed the hood and grabbed my bag from the trunk. I decided to head for the motel, hoping I could figure out a plan in the morning. The motel was as rundown as I feared. The neon sign buzzed erratically, and the paint was peeling off the walls. I checked in with the disinterested clerk and made my way to my room. The door creaked loudly as I opened it, revealing a sparse and outdated interior. But at least it had a bed, and I was exhausted. I locked the door and double-checked the windows before lying down. Sleep didn't come easily. Every noise outside seemed amplified, and my mind raced with thoughts of who might have sabotaged my car and why. The unsettling feeling from the diner lingered, making it impossible to relax. In the dead of night, I woke to a faint tapping sound. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then it grew louder. It was coming from the window. My heart pounded as I got up and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Peering through the thin curtain, I saw a figure standing just outside the window. It was too dark to make out any features, but the silhouette was unmistakably human. The tapping continued, more insistent now. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The tapping stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then, a low voice replied, "Just checking on you, stranger." I didn't recognize the voice, but it sent a chill down my spine. "What do you want?" "Just making sure you're comfortable," the voice said with a sinister edge. "Wouldn't want anything bad to happen to our guest." My mind raced. Was this the person who tampered with my car? What did they want from me? I backed away from the window, my hands shaking. "Leave me alone," I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. There was a low chuckle. "Sleep tight," the voice said, and the figure slowly moved away from the window. I stood there for a long moment, trying to steady my breathing. I knew I wouldn't get any more sleep that night. I sat in the chair by the door, clutching my phone and wondering if I should call the police. But what would I tell them? That someone had tampered with my car and was now lurking outside my window. As the first light of dawn filtered through the curtains, I decided I couldn't stay another minute in that town. I gathered my things and left the motel room, my senses on high alert. I walked back to the diner, hoping to find the old man or anyone who could help me get out of there. The town was eerily quiet in the early morning light. When I reached the diner, it was closed and there was no sign of the old man. Desperation clawed at me as I made my way to the mechanic the old man had mentioned. It was a small garage on the outskirts of town, and the mechanic, a gruff-looking man in his 40s, eyed me warily as I approached. I explained my situation, and he agreed to take a look at my car. It felt like hours as he worked on it, though it was probably only an hour or so. When he finally finished, he wiped his hands on a rag and told me it was fixed. "How much do I owe you?" I asked, reaching for my wallet. He shook his head. "Just get out of here," he said, his voice low, "and don't come back." I didn't need to be told twice. I handed him some cash anyway and drove off, my heart pounding. As I left the town behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something sinister. Every mile I put between myself and that eerie place felt like a weight lifting off my shoulders. I drove without stopping until I was well beyond the town, my mind replaying the events over and over. What was that town hiding? Why did they target me? I had no answers, only a gnawing sense of dread. The relief I felt upon seeing larger towns and more cars on the road was immense, but the memory of that strange encounter lingered. Days later, after I had reached my destination, I found myself browsing the internet late at night, searching for any mention of the town. I combed through forums and old news articles but found nothing out of the ordinary. It was as if the town didn't exist, or at least no one had ever had an experience like mine there. This only deepened the mystery. The rational part of me tried to write it off as a series of unfortunate events, but the encounter at the window, The tampering with my car and the cryptic behavior of the townspeople told a different story. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. Months passed, and the experience began to fade into the recesses of my mind, becoming one of those odd, unsettling memories that resurface in the dead of night. I returned to my normal routine, though I was more cautious about where I stopped during my travels. That eerie town had taught me to be wary of the seemingly mundane, to question the ordinary. One evening I was watching TV when a news segment caught my attention. A reporter was discussing a string of mysterious disappearances along the same route I had taken. My heart skipped a beat as they mentioned the general area where the town was located. I listened intently as the reporter detailed how several travelers had vanished without a trace. There were no leads, no suspects, just a growing list of missing persons. The last place many of them were seen? Small, out-of-the-way towns that seemed friendly enough on the surface but hid dark secrets beneath. Chills ran down my spine as I realized how close I had come to possibly becoming one of those missing persons. The sinister feeling I had experienced was not unfounded. I turned off the TV and sat in silence, my mind racing. I decided to write down my experience, hoping that sharing it might help others avoid the same fate. I posted it anonymously on a travel forum, detailing every eerie detail, every uneasy moment. The responses were varied. Some people dismissed it as paranoia or fiction, while others shared their own unsettling encounters on the road. One reply stood out. A user claimed to have had a similar experience in a different small town. They described the same uneasy feeling, the strange behavior of the locals, and a mysterious figure outside their window. It was eerily similar to my own story. We exchanged messages, comparing notes and trying to piece together a pattern. It became clear that there was something more to these towns, something hidden in plain sight. We both agreed to be more cautious in our travels and to spread the word to others. Though I moved on with my life, the memory of that bizarre encounter remains with me. Every time I see a diner or a motel on the side of a lonely road, I'm reminded of that fateful night. It's a cautionary tale, a reminder that sometimes the most ordinary places can harbor the darkest secrets. If you ever find yourself driving through an unfamiliar town and feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, trust your instincts. And whatever you do, don't let your guard down. You never know what or who might be watching you from the shadows. Story 35. It all started with a simple text message. I see you. I brushed it off as a prank, but the sender knew my name, my schedule, and intimate details about my life. At first, I convinced myself it was a friend playing a joke. But then the messages became more frequent, more detailed, and increasingly disturbing. Nice red dress today, one message read, on a day when I had indeed worn a red dress. Hope you enjoy your coffee, said another, just as I was taking my first sip at my favorite cafe. It was unnerving, but I tried to ignore it, hoping it would stop. The breaking point came when they sent a photo of me taken through my living room window. I was sitting on the couch, completely unaware, the blinds barely open. The realization that someone was watching me in my own home was terrifying. I felt exposed, violated. My home, my sanctuary, no longer felt safe. I went to the police, showing them the messages in the photo. They took it seriously, but after a few days they told me the number was untraceable. It was a burner phone, impossible to track. They advised me to change my routine, be cautious, and install security cameras. I did everything they suggested, but the messages kept coming. Nice try with the cameras. I'm closer than you think. My heart raced as I read the latest message. How could they know about the cameras unless they were watching me install them? I started to suspect everyone, neighbors, friends, even acquaintances. Paranoia settled in, and I felt like I was constantly under surveillance. Nights were the worst. Every creak and rustle sounded like a threat. I barely slept, and when I did, I was plagued by nightmares of shadowy figures lurking just beyond my sight. I kept my phone by my bed, dreading the next message. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, my phone buzzed again. This time it was a video. With trembling hands, I opened it. The footage was shaky, but I recognized my bedroom. The camera panned slowly, showing me lying in bed asleep. I felt a cold dread wash over me. The video had been taken from inside my house. I called the police again, frantic and desperate. They came immediately, searched the house, and found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no hidden cameras, nothing. They suggested I might be dealing with a very skilled stalker, someone who knew how to cover their tracks. They recommended I stay with someone else for a while, and I reluctantly agreed. I moved in with my sister, hoping the distance would keep me safe. But the messages followed me there. Family time, huh? Nice try. My sister and her husband were supportive, but I could see the strain it put on them. I felt like a burden, bringing my nightmare into their home. One night, after another sleepless evening, I received a message that made my blood run cold. Let's Meet attached was a photo of me standing outside my sister's house, taken just minutes before. My fear turned to anger. I was tired of being scared, tired of running. I needed to confront this person, end this nightmare once and for all. I replied, where the response was immediate, at the park midnight. My sister tried to talk me out of it, but I was determined. I needed to face this person, see who was tormenting me. I didn't tell the police I didn't want them scaring off the stalker. I went to the park alone, my heart pounding with every step. The park was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of the night amplified by my anxiety. I walked to the bench mentioned in the message and waited. Minutes felt like hours, and just when I thought they wouldn't show, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to see a figure approaching, their face obscured by a hood. They stopped a few feet away, and I could feel their eyes on me. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, my voice shaky but firm. The figure chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "'Cause I can. 'Cause it's fun." They took a step closer, and I saw a glint of something metallic in their hand. Panic surged through me, but I stood my ground. "You need help," I said, trying to keep them talking, hoping someone might come by, see us, anything to break this standoff. "Maybe," they replied, their voice dripping with malice. "But so do you, thinking you could get away from me." Suddenly, the park lights flickered on, illuminating the figure. It was a man, unremarkable and average-looking, which somehow made it even more terrifying. He grinned, and I saw the blade in his hand glint under the light. I took a step back, my heart hammering in my chest. "Stay away from me," I warned, though I knew how futile it sounded. Before he could respond, I heard sirens in the distance. The man cursed under his breath, then turned and sprinted into the darkness. Relief and terror washed over me simultaneously. I collapsed onto the bench, my legs unable to support me any longer. The police arrived moments later, having been tipped off by my sister, who had secretly followed me, and called them when she saw the man approach. They searched the park but found no trace of him. They took my statement and assured me they would do everything in their power to find him. I moved back into my home, fortified with new security measures and a renewed sense of vigilance. The messages stopped, but the fear lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching, waiting. The police never caught him, and I learned to live with the uneasy peace that had settled over my life. Months later, as I was going through my day, my phone buzzed with a new message. My heart skipped a beat as I read it. Miss me, there was no photo this time, but the message was clear. He was still out there, still watching. And my nightmare was far from over. Story 36. I was driving along a deserted highway late one night, the moon casting an eerie glow over the landscape. I was tired, but determined to make it to my destination by morning. The road was empty, and the silence inside the car was almost oppressive. That's when I saw him, a lone figure standing by the side of the road, thumb out, looking for a ride. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing through all the warnings I'd heard about picking up hitchhikers. But he looked harmless enough, and I couldn't shake the feeling that leaving him there would be wrong. I slowed down and pulled over, rolling down the window. "Need a lift?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Yeah, thanks," he replied, a wide grin spreading across his face. He was a young man, probably in his late 20s, with a scruffy beard and a worn backpack slung over one shoulder. He seemed grateful, and I felt a pang of guilt for even considering leaving him behind. He climbed into the passenger seat, and I pulled back onto the highway. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to make conversation. "Just up the road a bit," he said, his eyes scanning the horizon. "Name's Jake, by the way." "I'm Alex," I replied, offering a brief smile. We fell into a comfortable silence, the hum of the engine filling the space between us. At first, Jake seemed friendly enough. He told me a bit about his travels, how he'd been hitchhiking across the country to see as much of it as he could. I found myself relaxing, thinking maybe I'd made the right choice after all. But then his questions started to get personal. "So Alex, where are you from?" he asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Just a small town a few hours back," I replied, keeping my answers vague. Something about his curiosity made me uneasy. "Got any family waiting for you?" he pressed, his gaze fixed on me. I felt a prickle of unease. "No, just visiting a friend," I lied, hoping to steer the conversation away from my personal life. He nodded, but his questions didn't stop. "What do you do for a living? Got a boyfriend or girlfriend?" I tried to deflect, giving short, non-committal answers. The atmosphere in the car grew tense, the friendly veneer slipping away. Jake's behavior became more erratic. He fidgeted constantly, tapping his fingers on the dashboard and shifting in his seat. His eyes darted around, as if searching for something. We drove in silence for a while, the tension thickening with each passing mile. Finally, I saw the lights of a gas station up ahead. I decided it was the perfect opportunity to get him out of the car. "I'm going to stop for gas," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You can get out here if you like." Jake's expression darkened. "I think I'll stay," he said, his voice low and menacing. "It's a long walk to the next town." A chill ran down my spine. I pulled into the gas station, my mind racing for a plan. I needed to get help, but I didn't want to provoke him. I parked near the pumps and turned off the engine, my hands trembling. "I'm just going to use the restroom," I said, forcing a smile. "Be right back." He eyed me suspiciously but nodded. I got out of the car, my heart pounding in my chest. I walked into the gas station, trying to appear calm. The clerk behind the counter glanced up as I entered, and I felt a surge of relief. "Can I help you?" the clerk asked, his eyes flicking to the car outside. I leaned in, lowering my voice. "I picked up a hitchhiker, and now he won't get out of my car. I think he's dangerous." The clerk's eyes widened, and he nodded. "Stay here," he said, picking up the phone. "I'll call the police." I waited, my heart racing, as the clerk spoke to the dispatcher. Minutes felt like hours, and I kept glancing out the window, expecting Jake to burst in at any moment. But he stayed in the car, his gaze fixed on the gas station. Finally, I saw the flashing lights of a police car pulling into the station. Two officers got out, and I felt a wave of relief. They approached my car, and I watched as they spoke to Jake. He seemed calm at first, but then his expression twisted with anger. He started shouting and gesticulating wildly. The officers quickly subdued him, handcuffing him and leading him to their patrol car. One of the officers approached me, and I stepped outside to meet him. "Are you okay?" he asked, his tone concerned. I nodded, still trembling. "Thank you. I didn't know what to do." "You're safe now," he said, giving me a reassuring smile. "We'll take him in for questioning. Do you want to press charges?" I hesitated, then nodded. Yes, he scared me. The officer took my statement, and I watched as they drove Jake away. I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear. I thanked the clerk and got back into my car, my hands still shaking. I drove away from the gas station, the deserted highway stretching out before me. As I continued my journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something terrible. The road ahead seemed darker, more foreboding. I vowed never to pick up another hitchhiker, no matter how harmless they seemed. The experience left me more cautious, more aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Every time I saw a lone figure by the side of the road, I felt a shiver of fear. I had learned a valuable lesson sometimes. Even the kindest intentions can lead to the most dangerous situations. Story 37. I had always been fascinated by history, especially the dark and gritty past of places like old prisons. So when I found out that a nearby historical prison had been turned into a museum, I couldn't resist taking a tour. The massive stone walls and iron bars told stories of long-gone inmates and whispered secrets of the past. The tour started out normally enough. Our guide, a woman with a passion for history and a flair for the dramatic, led us through the old cell blocks, the mess hall, and even the warden's office. Her stories brought the prison's past to life, painting vivid pictures of the daily lives of the inmates and the harsh conditions they endured. As we moved from one area to another, I found myself lagging behind, mesmerized by the eerie atmosphere and the sense of history that permeated the place. I stopped to examine an old cell, its heavy door ajar, the iron bed frame rusted and the walls covered in ancient graffiti. I imagined the lives of the men who had once been confined here, their despair and their fleeting moments of hope. I was so engrossed in my thoughts that I didn't notice the tour group moving on. By the time I realized I was alone, they were already out of earshot. I hurried to catch up, but as I rounded a corner, I found myself in a dimly lit corridor I hadn't seen before. The air was colder here, the silence oppressive. I turned back the way I had come, but the door through which I had entered was now locked. Panic started to set in. I tried the handle again, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. I had my phone with me, but there was no signal. I would have to find another way out. I decided to follow the corridor, hoping it would lead me back to a familiar part of the prison. The further I walked, the darker it became. The flickering lights overhead cast eerie shadows on the stone walls, and every creak and groan of the old building seemed amplified in the silence. I passed more cells, each one a silent reminder of the countless lives that had been spent within these walls. I came to a heavy iron door at the end of the corridor. It looked ancient, its surface pitted and scarred. I hesitated, then pushed it open, the hinges protesting loudly. The room beyond was even darker, the only light coming from a small barred window high on the wall. As I stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind me with a deafening clang. I was plunged into near total darkness, the faint light from the window barely enough to see by. My heart raced as I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate my surroundings. The room was small, barely more than a cell itself. There was a wooden chair in the corner, old and splintered, and a heavy wooden table covered in dust. On the table was a stack of old papers, yellowed with age. I picked one up and saw that it was a record of an inmate detailing his crimes and his punishment. As I read, I heard a faint sound of shuffling, like someone moving quietly in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't alone. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. "Is anyone there?" There was no response, just the eerie silence. I shone my flashlight around the room but saw nothing. I tried the door again, but it was firmly locked. My mind raced with thoughts of the stories the tour guide had told us, stories of inmates who had gone mad, of mysterious deaths, of restless spirits said to haunt the prison. I knew I had to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help me get out. I returned to the table and picked up another piece of paper. This one was a map of the prison, showing the different cell blocks, the mess hall, the warden's office, and the exits. I studied it closely, looking for any clues that might help me find my way out. According to the map, there was an old service tunnel that led from this part of the prison to the main building. It was supposed to be off limits to visitors, but I had no other choice. I had to find it. Using my flashlight, I found the door that led to the service tunnel. It was hidden behind a stack of crates, and it took all my strength to move them out of the way. The door itself was rusty and stiff, but I managed to pry it open. The tunnel beyond was narrow and claustrophobic, the walls damp and the air musty. I squeezed through the opening and began to make my way down the tunnel, my footsteps echoing in the confined space. The light from my phone flickered, and I prayed it wouldn't die before I found my way out. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint light ahead. I quickened my pace, hope surging within me. The tunnel opened up into a larger corridor, one that looked more familiar. I followed it, and soon I found myself back in the main part of the prison. I heard voices up ahead, the tour group. Relief flooded through me as I hurried toward the sound. I turned a corner and saw them, the guide in the middle of a story, the group hanging on her every word. "Hey," I called out, my voice breaking with relief. "Over here." The guide turned, her eyes widening in surprise. "We were wondering where you went," she said as I joined the group, breathless and shaking. "Are you okay?" "I got locked in one of the off-limits areas," I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. "It was ... an experience." She nodded, her expression understanding. "That happens sometimes. This place has a way of pulling you in." I stayed close to the group for the rest of the tour, my nerves still on edge. When we finally exited the prison, I felt the warm sun on my face and breathed a sigh of relief. I had made it out before nightfall. As I walked to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that the prison had let me go, but only just. The experience had been harrowing, a reminder of the dark history that still lingered within those walls. I knew I would never forget the time I had been trapped, alone in the dark, in a place where the past refused to stay buried. Story 38. I had always been wary of renting out my basement, but financial strain left me with little choice. The house, an old Victorian with creaky floors and drafty windows, needed constant maintenance, and the extra income would be a godsend. So when a quiet, polite man named Martin inquired about the space, I decided to take the plunge. Martin seemed like the perfect tenant. He was polite, paid his rent on time, and kept to himself. For the first few weeks, I barely noticed he was there. It was almost too good to be true, and maybe it was. It started with the smells. At first, it was just a faint, unpleasant odor that I could almost ignore, but over time it grew stronger, permeating through the floorboards and into my living space. It was a mix of chemicals and something else, something rotten. I mentioned it to Martin casually one day, and he brushed it off, saying he was working on a small project and it would be over soon. I tried to take his word for it, but the smells continued. Then there were the noises, strange, rhythmic sounds late at night. It was as if he was moving heavy objects or dragging something across the floor. My curiosity grew, but so did my fear. What was he doing down there? One night, I couldn't take it anymore. The noise was louder than ever, and the smell was making me nauseous. I decided to confront Martin. I knocked on the basement door, but there was no answer. I knocked again, harder this time, but still nothing. The sounds had stopped abruptly. A sense of dread washed over me. I had to know what was going on. I fetched my spare key and unlocked the basement door, my hands trembling. As I descended the stairs, the smell intensified, nearly making me gag. The basement was dimly lit, and I could see the usual clutter of boxes and old furniture. But as I moved deeper into the space, I noticed something odd. There was a section of the wall that looked different, a makeshift panel that seemed out of place. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. With a deep breath, I pushed against the panel, and it swung open to reveal a hidden room. The sight that met my eyes was beyond anything I could have imagined. The room was a stark contrast to the rest of the basement. It was sterile, with white walls and bright lights. In the center of the room was a large metal table, and the smell was overpowering. On the table were various jars and containers filled with what looked like biological specimens. There were tubes and syringes and strange, unidentifiable equipment scattered around. It looked like some kind of macabre laboratory. My stomach churned as I realized what the source of the smell was. And then I saw the freezer. It was large and industrial, humming quietly in the corner. I hesitated, my hand shaking as I reached for the handle. I had to know. I had to see what Martin was hiding. The freezer door creaked open, and I recoiled at the sight. Inside were various animal parts, neatly packaged and labeled. But it wasn't just the sight that horrified me, it was the realization that some of the labels were in languages I couldn't read, and some were in what looked like scientific shorthand. This was no ordinary hobby. This was something far more sinister. I backed away, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there and call the police. But as I turned, I heard a noise behind me. Martin was standing in the doorway, his expression unreadable. "Interesting, isn't it?" he said, his voice calm, too calm. "What is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What are you doing down here?" Martin sighed and stepped into the room. "It's not what you think," he said, but his eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth or remorse. "I'm a biologist. I study ... specimens." "Specimens," I echoed, feeling a surge of anger and fear. "This is illegal. This is..." He cut me off, raising a hand. "Calm down. There's no need to overreact. These are all animal parts, nothing more. I can explain everything." But I didn't want to hear his explanations. I needed to get out to call the authorities. I took a step back, but Martin was faster. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "You're not going anywhere," he said quietly, and for the first time I saw the true menace in his eyes. I struggled, but he was too strong. He shoved me against the wall, his face inches from mine. "Listen," he hissed. "You need to understand that this is my work. It's important, and you will not interfere." Fear coursed through me as I realized how dangerous Martin really was. I had to find a way out of this. "I won't say anything," I whispered. "Just let me go. I swear. I won't tell anyone." He stared at me for a long moment, as if weighing my words. Finally, he released his grip slightly. "If you breathe a word of this to anyone," he said, his voice deadly calm, "you will regret it." I nodded, trying to hide my terror. He stepped back, and I bolted for the stairs, not daring to look back. I ran up to my phone and dialed 911 with shaking hands. I reported everything, the smells, the noises, the hidden room. The operator assured me that help was on the way. Minutes later, the police arrived. They searched the basement and found Martin's hidden room. He was arrested and taken away in handcuffs, glaring at me as he was led out of the house. The days that followed were a blur of police interviews and sleepless nights. The basement was sealed off as a crime scene, and I learned that Martin had been under investigation for illegal research and trafficking of animal parts. His calm demeanor had hidden a dangerous obsession. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. My home, once a place of comfort, now felt tainted. I had rented out my basement to a quiet tenant, hoping to ease my financial burden, but instead I had unwittingly let a monster into my home. As I packed my things and prepared to move out, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. I would never forget the horror of what I had discovered, but at least I was safe. I had learned a valuable lesson about trust and the dangers that can lurk behind a friendly face. Story 39. It was a long night out with friends, and I was exhausted by the time I decided to head back. My friend Joe had offered me a place to crash, and I was grateful for the invitation. However, in my tired and slightly inebriated state, I ended up on the wrong street, and what happened next became a nightmare I would never forget. I stumbled up the driveway of what I thought was Joe's house, barely noticing that the lights were off. Joe had mentioned he'd leave the door unlocked for me, so when I found the door open, I thought nothing of it. I entered quietly, trying not to wake anyone, and made my way to the living room. The house was eerily silent, and I felt a slight unease, but exhaustion overrode my sense of caution. I collapsed onto the couch, grateful for the soft cushions, and promptly fell asleep. I was startled awake by a loud noise, my heart racing. At first I was disoriented, not recognizing my surroundings. The living room looked different in the dim light. That's when I realized my mistake. This wasn't Joe's house. Panic set in as I tried to gather my thoughts and figure out what to do next. Suddenly the lights flicked on, blinding me momentarily. Standing in the doorway was a man, his face contorted with rage and fear. In his hand he held a shotgun, aimed directly at me. I froze, my mind racing with fear. "Who the hell are you?" the man demanded, his voice shaking with a mix of anger and fear. "What are you doing in my house?" I raised my hands, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. "I'm so sorry," I stammered. "I thought this was my friend's house. It was an honest mistake. Please, just let me explain." He took a step closer, his eyes narrowing. "Explain quickly, or I swear I'll shoot." I gulped, trying to steady my voice. "I was out with friends tonight, and my friend Joe lives on this street. He said he'd leave the door unlocked for me. I must have gotten the addresses mixed up. I promise I didn't mean any harm." The man didn't lower the shotgun. "You expect me to believe that? You break into my house in the middle of the night, and I'm supposed to just let you walk out?" I nodded desperately. "Yes, it was a mistake. If you let me go, I'll leave right now and never come back. I swear." He seemed to hesitate, his grip on the shotgun loosening slightly. "How do I know you're not lying?" I didn't know how to prove my honesty. I was trembling with fear and cold sweat trickled down my back. "You can check my ID," I offered. "It'll have my address on it. I have no reason to be here." He stared at me for what felt like an eternity, then slowly nodded. "Okay, show me your ID. but any sudden moves, and I won't hesitate. I reached slowly for my wallet, my hands shaking. I handed him my ID, and he glanced at it, then back at me. "You're not from around here," he muttered. "No, I'm not. I'm just visiting," I said, hoping he would see the truth in my eyes. He lowered the shotgun slightly but didn't put it down. "All right, get up slowly and get out of my house. If I see you around here again, I won't be so forgiving." I nodded gratefully and stood up, my legs feeling weak. I walked to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. As I stepped outside, I turned to face him one last time. "I'm really sorry for the scare. It was an honest mistake." He didn't respond, just watched me with wary eyes as I backed away from the house. Once I was a safe distance away, I turned and ran, not stopping until I was several blocks down the street. When I finally reached Joe's house, I was shaking with a mix of fear and relief. I pounded on the door until Joe, looking bewildered and half asleep, answered. "What the hell happened to you?" he asked, taking in my disheveled appearance. I recounted the night's events, and Joe's eyes widened in shock. "You went into old Mr. Thompson's house? That guy is paranoid as hell. You're lucky he didn't shoot you." We both sat down, and I tried to calm my racing heart. I know. It was a stupid mistake. I just saw a house that looked like yours and the door was open." Joe shook his head. "That man has had a rough time. His wife left him, and he's been alone ever since. He's always on edge." The gravity of the situation sunk in even deeper. I really need to apologize to him properly. I can't believe I scared him like that. Joe nodded. "Yeah, but maybe give it a day or two. Let things cool down first." The next morning, after a restless night of sleep, I decided to write a letter to Mr. Thompson. I explained my mistake again, apologizing profusely for the fear and inconvenience I had caused. I left the note in his mailbox, hoping he would understand and forgive me. Days passed without incident, and I began to relax. One afternoon, I found a note in my mailbox. It was from Mr. Thompson. He wrote that he appreciated my apology and that he understood how such a mistake could happen. He also admitted he might have overreacted, but emphasized that he couldn't afford to take chances. I felt a wave of relief. Though the memory of that night still haunted me, I knew I had done my best to make amends. The experience taught me a valuable lesson about the importance of caution and awareness, especially when dealing with strangers. From then on, I was more mindful of my surroundings, and I never again assumed an open door meant a warm welcome. Looking back, I realized how fortunate I had been. A simple mistake had nearly cost me my life, but it also brought about a strange sense of understanding and connection between two strangers. The wrong house had turned into a lesson in humanity, one I would carry with me for the rest of my life. Story 40. It was late, and the streets were deserted as I made my way home. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows across the pavement. I had taken this route many times before, a shortcut through a quiet alley that saved me several minutes. Normally it didn't bother me, but that night, something felt off. As I entered the alley, the usual sounds of the city faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. My footsteps echoed against the walls, each step sounding louder than the last. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the mind conjured by the darkness and solitude. Halfway through the alley, I heard a faint sound behind me. Footsteps, echoing in time with my own. I slowed down, and the footsteps slowed too. I stopped, and they ceased. My heart began to pound, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. I turned around, squinting into the shadows, but saw nothing. The alley was empty. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the fear creeping up my spine. Just your mind playing tricks, I muttered to myself. Determined to shake off the unease, I continued walking, but the footsteps resumed, matching my pace perfectly. This time, I quickened my pace, and the footsteps followed suit, growing louder and more insistent. Panic set in, and I started to walk faster, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder, but there was no one there, just the empty alley stretching out behind me. When I reached the end of the alley, I broke into a run, my footsteps pounding against the pavement. The sound of the following footsteps grew fainter, but I didn't stop until I was back on a well-lit street, surrounded by the comforting hum of distant traffic and the occasional passerby. I paused to catch my breath, my heart racing. I looked back at the alley, half expecting to see someone emerge from the shadows, but it remained empty. I felt a momentary sense of relief, but it was short-lived. I still had a few blocks to go before I reached home, and the fear lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I resumed my walk, this time staying on the main streets, where the lights and the presence of other people made me feel safer. But the unease never left me. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound made me jump. I kept a brisk pace, eager to reach the safety of my apartment. When I finally arrived at my building, I fumbled with my keys, glancing around nervously. The lobby was empty, and the elevator seemed to take forever to arrive. As soon as the doors opened, I hurried inside, pressing the button for my floor repeatedly, as if that would make it move faster. The ride up was agonizingly slow, and I kept expecting the doors to open and reveal some unknown assailant, but they didn't. When I finally reached my floor, I almost sprinted to my apartment, unlocking the door and slipping inside as quickly as possible. I locked the door behind me, leaning against it for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. The familiar surroundings of my apartment brought a measure of comfort, but the fear still lingered. I walked through the rooms, checking the locks on the windows and making sure everything was secure. Only then did I allow myself to relax, sinking onto the couch with a deep sigh. The next morning, the events of the previous night seemed almost surreal, like a bad dream. But the fear had been very real. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been followed, that someone had been watching me. Determined to put my mind at ease, I decided to take a different route home that night, one that avoided the alley altogether. The day passed uneventfully, and by the time I left work, I had almost convinced myself that it had all been in my head. But as I walked home, sticking to the main streets and avoiding any dark, secluded areas, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. About halfway home, I felt it again, the sensation of someone behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, but the street was busy with people, everyone absorbed in their own lives. I shook my head, trying to dispel the paranoia. But then, as I passed a particularly dark stretch of sidewalk, I heard it again. Footsteps, matching my pace. My heart leaped into my throat, and I quickened my pace. The footsteps did the same. I turned abruptly, but again there was no one there. Just the steady stream of people, oblivious to my fear. I was nearing my building when I heard a voice behind me, low and menacing. "Why are you running?" I spun around, but there was no one close enough to have spoken. I felt a chill run down my spine. I turned back and hurried into my building, not stopping until I was safely inside my apartment. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the building, every distant sound set my nerves on edge. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering who or what was following me. The fear was all-consuming, making it impossible to relax. The next day, I decided to take action. I called a friend who lived nearby and asked if they could walk with me that night. Safety in numbers, I figured. My friend agreed, and that evening, we walked together, chatting and laughing, my fears slowly dissipating. But as we passed the alley, I couldn't help but glance into its shadowy depths. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing there, watching us. I blinked, and it was gone. I shook my head, telling myself it was just my imagination. As we neared my building, my friend turned to me. "You okay? You've been jumpy all night." I forced a smile. "Yeah, just a bit on edge. Thanks for walking with me." We said our goodbyes, and I entered my building, feeling a bit better. But the sense of unease never fully left me. The footsteps, the voice, the feeling of being watched, they haunted my every step. From that night on, I was always cautious, always aware of my surroundings. The fear had become a part of me, a constant reminder to stay vigilant. And every time I walked past that alley, I quickened my pace, ears straining for the sound of following footsteps, eyes searching the shadows for the unseen watcher. Story 41. When Dan first joined our office, he seemed like any other new hire, quiet, unassuming, eager to make a good impression. He was assigned to the cubicle next to mine, and we exchanged the usual pleasantries. At first, he seemed normal enough, if a bit reserved. But then small, strange things started happening. It began with a simple note in my desk drawer. It was handwritten on a scrap of paper and said, "Nice smile today." I brushed it off as an awkward attempt at friendliness. Maybe Dan was just trying to be nice, though leaving it in my drawer seemed odd. A few days later, another note appeared. "I liked your perfume. This one made me uneasy." How did he know what perfume I wore? I started to feel like someone was watching me. My discomfort grew when I found another note that said, "I know what you did last weekend." The realization that someone had been paying attention to my personal life filled me with dread. I decided to confront Dan. After all, he was the only new person in the office, and the notes had started appearing only after his arrival. One afternoon, I walked over to his cubicle, determined to get some answers. "Hey, Dan," I said, trying to sound casual. "Have you been leaving notes in my desk?" He looked up at me, his expression blank. "Notes? What kind of notes?" "Just notes," I replied, feeling my confidence waver under his unblinking stare. "Compliments and stuff. It's just a little weird, you know." He shrugged. "I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe someone else is leaving them." His response didn't ease my mind, but I had no proof it was him. I decided to let it go, hoping the notes would stop, but they didn't. In fact, they got worse. One morning I found a note that made my blood run cold. "You're not safe." It was written in the same handwriting as the previous notes, but the tone had shifted from creepy to threatening. I immediately went to my supervisor and reported everything. My supervisor took it seriously and promised to look into it. They even reviewed the security footage but found nothing conclusive. The notes were small and easily missed on camera. My unease grew and I started looking over my shoulder, wondering who was watching me. A few days later, I found another note. "You shouldn't have told anyone." Fear tightened its grip on me. Whoever was leaving these notes knew I'd reported them. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was Dan, even though he continued to deny any involvement. I started noticing Dan's presence more. He seemed to be everywhere I went: by the coffee machine, in the break room, near the printer. His eyes followed me, and I could feel his gaze even when I wasn't looking at him. It was unnerving. One night, as I was leaving the office, I saw him standing by the exit. He smiled at me, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Have a good night," he said, his voice carrying an unsettling edge. I hurried to my car, my heart pounding. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I pulled into my driveway, I saw something that made my heart stop: a note pinned to my front door. You can't hide from me." The terror I felt was overwhelming. He knew where I lived. I called the police and reported everything, including my suspicions about Dan. They took my statement and promised to keep an eye on my house. But without concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. That night, I barely slept. Every sound, every shadow outside my window filled me with dread. The next day at work, I was a wreck. I confided in a few close colleagues, and they promised to keep an eye on Dan. We all agreed to be vigilant, but the atmosphere in the office grew tense. Over the next few days, the notes stopped, but Dan's behavior became even more unsettling. He seemed to be watching me constantly, his gaze intense and unnerving. I started to feel like a prisoner in my own life, always looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next threat. One evening, as I was leaving the office late, I saw Dan in the parking lot. He was leaning against his car, watching me with a cold, calculating look. I hesitated, then decided to confront him one last time. "What do you want from me, Dan?" I demanded, my voice shaking. He smiled that same eerie smile. "I just wanted to get to know you better," he said. "But you had to go and make it difficult." "Difficult," I echoed, feeling a surge of anger and fear. "You're the one leaving threatening notes and stalking me." His expression darkened. "You shouldn't have told anyone. Now I have to do things the hard way." Before I could react, he lunged at me. I screamed and tried to run, but he grabbed my arm, his grip painfully tight. Just then, headlights flooded the parking lot, and a car pulled up beside us. It was my colleague, Sarah, who had stayed late to finish a project. "Hey, what's going on?" she shouted, jumping out of her car. Dan released me and took a step back, his expression shifting from anger to cold calculation. "Just a misunderstanding," he said smoothly. "We'll sort it out." But Sarah wasn't buying it. She called the police, and within minutes they arrived. I told them everything, showing them the latest note and describing Dan's behavior. This time with Sarah as a witness, they took immediate action. Dan was arrested and taken away, his expression a mix of fury and resignation. I felt a wave of relief but knew the ordeal wasn't over. There would be police reports, investigations, and possibly even a trial. In the days that followed, I learned more about Dan. He had a history of stalking and harassment, though none of it had been severe enough to warrant serious charges until now. The police found more notes in his apartment, along with a disturbing collection of personal information about me. The support from my colleagues and the police helped me regain a sense of normalcy, but the experience left me changed. I became more cautious, more aware of the people around me. The trust I had once taken for granted was replaced by a careful vigilance. Dan eventually pled guilty to charges of stalking and harassment and received a prison sentence. Knowing he was behind bars brought some peace, but the memory of his creepy smile and the terror of those nights stayed with me. Through it all, I realized the importance of listening to my instincts and the value of having a support network. My colleagues had been there for me when I needed them most, and I would always be grateful for that. Though the fear had been very real, I emerged stronger and more resilient, determined never to let anyone invade my life like that again. The experience taught me to value my safety and to never underestimate the importance of speaking out, no matter how small or insignificant the threat might seem at first. Story 42. It had been a fantastic night out with friends, filled with laughter, drinks, and dancing. The vibrant city nightlife had a way of making you forget about the world outside the club's neon lights. When the night finally came to an end, I realized I had stayed out much later than intended. I waved goodbye to my friends and began the trek home, confident I could navigate the city's labyrinthine streets. But soon, I found myself in an unfamiliar part of the city. The tall buildings loomed over me, casting long shadows under the dim streetlights. I pulled out my phone to check my location, but to my dismay, the battery was dead. Panic began to set in as I realized I had no way of contacting anyone or finding my way back. The streets were deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling nightlife I had left behind. I started walking, hoping to find a familiar landmark or a taxi. As I wandered through the empty streets, I noticed a car slowly approaching from behind. At first I thought nothing of it, but as I continued walking, the car kept pace with me. My heart began to race. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the silhouette of a driver, but the car's tinted windows made it impossible to see any details. I quickened my pace, hoping to shake off the feeling of being watched, but the car sped up to match my speed. The sound of the engine idling sent chills down my spine. Fear gripped me as I realized the car was following me. I had to find a way to lose it. I spotted an alleyway up ahead and darted into it, hoping to find a shortcut or a place to hide. The alley was narrow and dark, with only a flickering streetlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. I ran deeper into the alley, but my heart sank when I reached a dead end. There was no way out. Panic surged through me as I turned to face the entrance of the alley, my breath coming in short, rapid gasps. The car had stopped at the entrance, the headlights casting a harsh glare down the narrow passage. I pressed myself against the cold brick wall, praying the driver would just go away. The car door opened, and a figure stepped out. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, his features obscured by the shadows. He started walking toward me, his footsteps echoing ominously in the confined space. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out, but there was nowhere to go. "Hey," he called out, his voice low and menacing. "You lost." I didn't respond, my fear paralyzing me. He took another step closer, and I could see the glint of something metallic in his hand. A knife. I had to do something. Summoning every ounce of courage, I shouted, "Stay back, leave me alone." He paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by my defiance, but then he smirked and continued advancing. I was trapped, my options running out. Just as he was about to reach me, a loud noise shattered the tension. The sound of a police siren blared in the distance, growing louder. The man hesitated, glancing toward the alley's entrance. The siren grew closer, and I saw the flash of blue and red lights reflecting off the walls. The man cursed under his breath and turned, sprinting back to his car. He jumped in and sped off, the tires screeching on the pavement. I stood there, trembling, as the police car rounded the corner and pulled up at the entrance to the alley. 2 officers got out, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, his voice filled with concern. I nodded, tears of relief streaming down my face. He was following me. He had a knife. The officers exchanged a glance, and one of them spoke into his radio, relaying the description of the car and the suspect. They escorted me back to their patrol car, where I finally felt safe. They took my statement and assured me they would do everything they could to find the man. As I sat in the back of the police car, the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. I had been lost, alone, and terrified, but I had managed to stay calm enough to call for help. The officers drove me to the nearest police station, where I was able to charge my phone and contact a friend to come pick me up. While waiting, I reflected on the night's events. I had always thought of the city as a vibrant, welcoming place, but now I saw a darker side. I realized the importance of being prepared and aware of my surroundings, especially when alone at night. When my friend arrived, she hugged me tightly, her face pale with worry. "I'm so glad you're okay," she said, her voice trembling. "Me too," I replied, feeling a surge of gratitude for her support. "Let's get out of here." As we drove home, I vowed never to let myself get into a situation like that again. I would always make sure my phone was charged, plan my routes carefully, and stay in well-lit areas. The fear I had felt in that alley was something I never wanted to experience again. The police never caught the man who had followed me, but I took comfort in knowing that I had done everything I could to protect myself. The city, with all its lights and life, now held a cautionary tale for me. I learned to navigate it with a mix of respect and vigilance, always aware of the hidden dangers that could lurk in the shadows. And though the memory of that night still haunted me, it also served as a reminder of my own strength and resilience. I had faced my fear and survived, and that knowledge gave me a new sense of confidence. No matter what happened, I knew I could handle it, one step at a time. Story 43. I was excited for my weekend getaway. After weeks of stress at work, a secluded cabin in the woods sounded like the perfect escape. I found an Airbnb listing that seemed ideal, a cozy, well-kept cabin with a friendly host named Greg. His profile showed excellent reviews, and our messages were pleasant and reassuring. When I arrived, Greg was there to greet me. He was a middle-aged man with a warm smile and an easygoing demeanor. He gave me a quick tour of the cabin, pointing out the amenities and ensuring I knew how everything worked. I thanked him and settled in, looking forward to a relaxing weekend. The first night was peaceful. I enjoyed a quiet dinner, read a book by the fireplace, and fell asleep to the soothing sounds of the forest. The next morning, however, things took a strange turn. As I was getting ready for the day, I noticed something odd in the bedroom, a small, blinking light on the bookshelf. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a hidden camera, cleverly disguised among the books. A chill ran down my spine. I quickly checked the bathroom and found another camera hidden behind the vent. Panic set in as I understood the implications. My privacy had been violated in the most intimate of spaces. I had to confront Greg and get out of there. I grabbed my phone and took photos of the cameras as evidence. Then, with my heart pounding, I headed outside to find Greg. He was chopping wood near the cabin, his expression calm and unsuspecting. "Greg, we need to talk," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He looked up, wiping sweat from his brow. "Sure, what's up?" I took a deep breath and held up my phone, showing him the pictures. "I found these in the cabin. Hidden cameras. Care to explain?" His expression changed in an instant, the friendly mask slipping to reveal something much darker. "You're not supposed to find those," he said coldly. I took a step back, fear gripping me. Why are there cameras in the bedroom and bathroom? Greg's eyes narrowed. "For security," he said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "You can't be too careful these days." "Security," I echoed, incredulous. "In the bathroom? I'm leaving, and I'm reporting this." I turned to head back to the cabin, but Greg grabbed my arm, his grip painfully tight. "You're not going anywhere," he hissed. I tried to pull away, but he was much stronger. Panic surged through me. "Let go of me." He tightened his grip, his eyes cold and menacing. "You don't understand. You're not leaving until I say you can." I felt a wave of terror. I was completely isolated, with no one around to help. I had to think fast. "Please," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Let's talk about this. We can sort it out." Greg released his grip slightly, but his eyes were still fixed on me. "Fine. Inside. Now." I followed him back into the cabin, my mind racing. Once inside, he locked the door and turned to face me. "Give me your phone." I hesitated, then handed it over, hoping to avoid escalating the situation. He took it and smashed it against the wall, the pieces scattering across the floor. My only lifeline was gone. "Now," he said, his voice eerily calm. "We need to set some ground rules. You stay here, you don't try to leave, and you don't contact anyone. Understand?" I nodded, fear choking me. I had to find a way out, but for now I needed to play along. "Okay," I said softly. "I understand." Greg seemed satisfied with my compliance. "Good. Now sit down. We need to talk." I sat on the couch, my mind racing with possible escape plans. Greg sat opposite me, his eyes never leaving mine. "You're going to stay here for the weekend," he said. "No calls, no internet, just you and me." I forced myself to remain calm, nodding slowly. "All right," I said, "just please don't hurt me." He leaned back, his expression softening slightly. "I won't hurt you if you cooperate. Just do as I say, and everything will be fine." The hours passed in a tense, uneasy silence. Greg kept a close watch on me, making sure I didn't try to escape or signal for help. As the day turned to evening, I knew I had to act. I couldn't wait until the end of the weekend. Who knew what he might do? That night, after Greg had gone to his room, I lay awake, formulating a plan. I needed to find a way to disable him long enough to make a run for it. The cabin was small, and my chances were slim, but I had to try. I waited until I heard his snores from the other room. Quietly, I slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the kitchen. I found a heavy frying pan and gripped it tightly. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached his room. I pushed the door open slowly, cringing at the creak it made. Greg was asleep, his back to the door. I took a deep breath and raised the pan, bringing it down with all my strength. The impact was loud, and Greg groaned, rolling over but not waking up. I hit him again, harder this time, until he was still. My hands shaking, I grabbed his keys in my bag and I bolted out of the cabin. The night air was cold and biting, but I didn't stop running. I knew there was a small town a few miles away, and I prayed I could reach it before Greg regained consciousness. I stumbled through the woods, the darkness disorienting me. Branches scratched my face and arms, but I kept moving, driven by sheer terror. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the lights of the town in the distance. I burst into the first building I found, a small diner, and collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. The staff and patrons stared at me in shock as I tried to explain what had happened. They called the police, and within minutes officers arrived to take my statement. Greg was arrested that night, still unconscious when the police found him. They discovered the hidden cameras and other disturbing evidence in the cabin, confirming my story. It turned out he had been recording guests for years, using the footage for his twisted purposes. In the days that followed, I tried to process the trauma of what had happened. The police were supportive, and I received counseling to help cope with the ordeal. I never used Airbnb again, and I became much more cautious about where I stayed and who I trusted. The experience left me with a deep sense of vulnerability, but also a renewed appreciation for my own resilience. I had faced a terrifying situation and survived, using my wits and determination to escape. It was a harsh reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind friendly faces, and the importance of trusting my instincts. Story 44. It all started on a seemingly normal Tuesday afternoon. I returned home from work to find a small package waiting on my doorstep. There was no return address, just my name scrawled in an unfamiliar handwriting. Puzzled, I picked it up and brought it inside. Curiosity piqued. Opening the package, I found a bouquet of dead flowers. Their petals were withered and blackened, crumbling at the slightest touch. A chill ran down my spine. There was no note, No explanation, just the dead flowers. I dismissed it as a prank, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling it left behind. The next day, another package arrived. This time it contained a broken doll. Its porcelain face was cracked, one eye missing, and its limbs were detached. My hands trembled as I held the pieces, the sense of dread growing stronger. Why would someone send me this? I threw the doll away and tried to forget about it, but the image lingered in my mind. As the days passed, the packages kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. One contained a knife, its blade stained with what looked like dried blood. Another held a clump of human hair tied with a red ribbon. Every time I opened my door to find a new package, my heart would race with fear. I contacted the police, hoping they could help. An officer came to my house, took my statement, and collected the packages as evidence. But without a return address or any leads, there was little they could do. They advised me to be cautious and to report any suspicious activity. The sense of vulnerability was overwhelming. I installed security cameras around my house, hoping to catch whoever was leaving the packages. But days turned into weeks, and the cameras recorded nothing but the empty street. The packages continued to appear, as if by magic, each one more sinister than the last. One morning I opened my door to find the most horrifying package yet. Inside was a small, blood-stained piece of fabric. It looked like a part of a child's clothing. My hands shook as I called the police, tears streaming down my face. The officer who arrived tried to reassure me, but I could see the concern in his eyes. This was no longer just a prank, it was a threat. That night I could barely sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside made my heart race. I kept my phone beside me, ready to call the police at the slightest sign of danger. The hours dragged on, and I lay awake, trapped in my own fear. The next day, a package arrived that finally broke me. Inside was a photograph of my house, taken from the perspective of my bedroom window. Someone had been watching me. My blood ran cold as I realized how close they had been, how easily they could have harmed me. Desperate and terrified, I reached out to a private investigator, hoping they could uncover what the police had not. The investigator, a seasoned professional named Jack, took my case and began his work immediately. He combed through the security footage, questioned neighbors, and dug into my past to see if anyone had a motive to torment me. Days turned into weeks, and the packages stopped. It seemed as though the investigation had scared off my tormentor, but the damage had been done. I no longer felt safe in my own home, constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next threat to appear. Jack's investigation eventually led to a breakthrough. He discovered that the handwriting on the packages matched that of a former colleague, someone I had worked with years ago. We had a falling out after I reported him for inappropriate behavior, leading to his dismissal. He had blamed me for ruining his life, and had apparently decided to exact his revenge in the most twisted way possible. With this new information, the police were able to obtain a warrant and search his house. They found evidence linking him to the packages, including photographs of my home and notes detailing his plans. He was arrested and charged with stalking and harassment. The relief I felt was indescribable. My tormentor was finally caught, and I could begin to rebuild my sense of safety. But the fear and anxiety left scars that would take much longer to heal. I moved to a new house, hoping a fresh start would help me leave the nightmare behind. Months passed and life slowly returned to normal. But the memory of those dark days lingered, a reminder of how easily our lives can be disrupted by the malice of others. I became more cautious, more vigilant, and more appreciative of the people who had supported me through the ordeal. One evening, as I was settling into my new home, I received a phone call from Jack. He had called to check in, to see how I was doing. We talked for a while and I thanked him for his help. His investigation had not only uncovered the truth, but also restored my faith in justice. As I hung up the phone, I felt a sense of closure. The nightmare was over, and I could finally move forward. But I would never forget the lessons I had learned. Trust your instincts, stay vigilant, and never underestimate the importance of a strong support system. The packages had started as an anonymous, silent threat, but through perseverance and the help of others, I had found my voice and reclaimed my life. The fear that once consumed me had been replaced by strength and resilience, and I knew I could face whatever challenges lay ahead. Story 45. When the new neighbor moved in next door, the whole street buzzed with curiosity. His name was Mr. Thompson, a reclusive man who kept to himself. He rarely stepped outside during the day, and when he did, he never lingered to chat. At first, I thought nothing of it. After all, not everyone is a social butterfly. However, it wasn't long before I started noticing strange occurrences. Late at night, peculiar sounds emanated from his house, muffled thuds, scraping noises, and what sounded like whispers. My curiosity piqued. I would often find myself straining to hear more, but the noises were too indistinct to make out clearly. One evening, unable to sleep, I decided to get some fresh air. As I stepped out onto my porch, I saw a dim light flickering in Mr. Thompson's backyard. Squinting through the darkness, I made out his figure, bent over, digging. The sight was unsettling. Why would he be digging in the middle of the night? The next morning, I resolved to speak with him. I walked over and knocked on his door, but there was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time, and after a moment, the door creaked open. Mr. Thompson stood there, his expression blank, eyes shadowed with fatigue. "Good morning, Mr. Thompson," I began, trying to keep my tone casual. "I noticed you were doing some late-night gardening. Everything okay?" He stared at me for a moment before responding, his voice flat. "I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't been in the backyard at night." His denial was curt and final. I didn't want to push further, so I offered a weak smile and retreated. But his response only fueled my suspicions. That night, I kept an eye on his house, hoping to catch another glimpse of his nocturnal activities. Around midnight, the sound started again, soft, almost rhythmic thudding. I crept to my window, peering out into the darkness. Sure enough, there was Mr. Thompson, shovel in hand, digging furiously. He would occasionally glance around nervously, as if worried about being watched. I decided to document what I saw. I took out my phone and recorded a video, making sure to capture his furtive glances and the intensity of his digging. The next day, I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? My neighbor likes to dig at night. I needed more concrete evidence. The following evening, I decided to confront him again, this time with my video as proof. I walked over, rehearsing what I would say. But as I approached his house, something caught my eye, an odd mound of dirt near the back fence. I glanced around, making sure no one was watching, and hurried over. The mound was freshly dug, the earth still loose. I hesitated, then started to dig with my hands, curiosity overpowering my caution. Just a few inches down, my fingers brushed against something hard. I pulled it out, a small metal box tarnished with age. I opened the box and found a collection of old photographs, each one featuring Mr. Thompson with various people, all of whom looked disturbingly similar to him. There were also several letters, written in a language I didn't recognize. As I sifted through the contents, a sense of dread settled over me. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. I spun around to see Mr. Thompson standing there, his face a mask of fury. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the box. I was just curious," I stammered. "I saw you digging in." "Give that to me," he interrupted, stepping closer. His eyes were wild, and for the first time I felt a surge of real fear. I handed over the box, my hands trembling. He snatched it from me and glared. "Stay out of my business," he hissed. "You have no idea what you're getting into." With that, he turned and stormed back into his house, leaving me shaken and confused. I returned to my own home, my mind racing. What had I stumbled upon? And what did those photographs and letters mean? I spent the next few days researching Mr. Thompson, trying to find any information that could explain his strange behavior. But there was nothing, no records, no history. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. The more I dug, the more mysterious he became. One night, unable to sleep, I heard the sounds again. This time I decided to call the police. I explained the situation, emphasizing the late-night digging and the hidden box. They agreed to send someone over to check it out. The officers arrived and knocked on Mr. Thompson's door. He answered, looking calm and composed. They questioned him briefly, then asked to see the backyard. He reluctantly agreed, leading them to the spot where I had found the box. But to my astonishment, the mound was gone, and the ground looked undisturbed. "Are you sure about this?" one of the officers asked me, skepticism clear in his voice. I nodded, feeling a surge of frustration. "I know what I saw. He was digging here, and there was a box with photographs." Mr. Thompson remained silent, his expression unreadable. The officers exchanged a glance, then shrugged. "There's nothing here," one of them said. "Maybe it was a misunderstanding. We'll keep an eye on things, but there's not much we can do without evidence." They left, and I stood there, feeling defeated. Mr. Thompson turned to me, a cold smile playing on his lips. "I warned you," he said quietly. "Stay out of my business." Days turned into weeks, and the strange sounds continued, but I never saw him digging again. The sense of unease never left me, and I avoided him as much as possible. Every time I saw him, I felt a chill, wondering what secrets he was hiding. One evening, as I was coming home from work, I noticed a moving truck outside Mr. Thompson's house. Relief washed over me. He was leaving. I watched as he loaded the last of his belongings into the truck, then he approached me. "Leaving already?" I asked, unable to hide my curiosity. He nodded, his expression serious. "It's time to move on. Just remember, some things are best left alone." With that, he got into the truck and drove away, leaving me with more questions than answers. I never found out what he was really up to, but the sense of mystery and fear lingered long after he was gone. In the end, I learned a valuable lesson about curiosity and caution. Sometimes it's better not to know what lies beneath the surface, and though I never uncovered the full truth about Mr. Thompson, the experience left me wary of the shadows and the secrets they might conceal. Story 46. The sun had just begun to set as I embarked on the long drive home. I was on a remote stretch of highway, miles from the nearest town, with nothing but the open road ahead and the vast, empty landscape around me. The solitude was initially comforting, but as darkness crept in, a sense of unease began to settle over me. It was on this lonely road that I first noticed the car. It appeared in my rearview mirror, a pair of headlights that seemed to emerge from nowhere. At first I thought nothing of it, just another traveler on the same route. But as the miles rolled by, the car remained behind me, neither gaining nor falling back. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It had been over an hour, and the car was still there, maintaining a steady distance. The unease turned into a gnawing anxiety. I told myself it was just a coincidence, but the longer it continued, the harder it was to believe. The sky was now a deep, inky black, the only light coming from my headlights and the car trailing behind. I needed a break, a moment to gather my thoughts and shake off the growing fear. Up ahead, I saw a sign for a rest area and decided to pull over. I signaled and took the exit, hoping the car would continue down the highway. But as I slowed down, so did the car behind me. My heart began to race as I pulled into the rest area, and sure enough, the car followed, parking a few spaces away. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, watching the other vehicle. The driver's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and moved with a deliberate slowness that set my nerves on edge. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could see enough to discern a menacing look. He started walking toward my car, his steps measured and purposeful. Panic surged through me. I quickly locked my doors and fumbled for my phone, but there was no signal. I cursed under my breath, my mind racing for a plan. The man was now just a few feet away. I could see his face clearly, cold eyes and a twisted smile. He stopped at my window and tapped on the glass. "Hey, need some help?" he asked, his voice low and unsettling. I shook my head, trying to hide my fear. "No, I'm fine, thanks." He leaned closer, his smile widening. "Are you sure? It's pretty deserted out here. Anything could happen." My blood ran cold. I had to get out of there. Without thinking, I started the engine and threw the car into reverse. The man stepped back, surprised by my sudden movement. I didn't give him a chance to react further. I sped out of the rest area, tires screeching, and back onto the highway. My heart was pounding as I glanced in the rearview mirror. The car was following me again. Desperation set in. I had to lose him, but on this empty stretch of road, there were few options. I pushed the gas pedal to the floor, my car speeding down the highway. The minutes dragged on, the car still close behind. Then, up ahead, I saw a glimmer of hope. A truck stop, its neon sign a beacon in the darkness. I veered off the highway, racing toward the lights. The truck stop was busy, with several trucks and cars parked outside. I pulled in, parking near the entrance, hoping the presence of others would deter the man. I watched in relief as the car drove past the truck stop, continuing down the highway. My hands were shaking as I got out of the car and hurried inside. The brightly lit diner was a stark contrast to the dark, lonely road, and I felt a surge of relief being around people again. I found a seat at the counter and ordered a coffee, needing something to calm my nerves. As I sipped the hot drink, I glanced around, taking comfort in the mundane chatter and clinking of dishes, but the fear still lingered. After about an hour, I felt composed enough to continue my drive. I left the truck stop, casting one last look down the highway to ensure the coast was clear. The rest of the drive was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I finally reached home in the early hours of the morning, exhausted but grateful to be safe. I parked in my driveway and sat in the car for a moment, letting the events of the night sink in. I knew it would take time to fully process the fear and adrenaline that had gripped me. The next day, I reported the incident to the police, providing as much detail as I could about the car and the man. They took my statement seriously but warned that without more information, it would be difficult to track him down. It was little comfort, but I appreciated their efforts. In the weeks that followed, I found myself more cautious, constantly looking over my shoulder, especially when driving at night. The memory of that night on the deserted highway stayed with me, a reminder of how vulnerable we can be when isolated. But over time, the fear began to fade, replaced by a determination to not let the experience control my life. I made sure to always check my phone's battery before long drives, and I planned my routes more carefully, sticking to well-traveled roads whenever possible. The encounter had shaken me, but it also made me more aware, more prepared. It was a harsh lesson in vigilance and self-reliance, and though I hoped never to experience such fear again, I knew that I was stronger for having faced it. As for the man on the highway, he remained a dark, lingering question in my mind. I often wondered what his intentions were and whether he had targeted others. But I chose to focus on the positive, the fact that I had escaped unscathed, ready to face whatever lay ahead with renewed strength and caution. Story 47. The last thing I remembered was the anesthesiologist's calm voice telling me to count backward from 10. I had undergone a minor surgery, something routine and straightforward. When I awoke, the room was dimly lit, and a strange, heavy silence hung in the air. I blinked, trying to shake off the grogginess, but something felt wrong, terribly wrong. I looked around, expecting to see the usual bustle of hospital staff and patients. Instead, the room was empty. The lights flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows across the walls. My heart began to race as I realized I was alone. I slowly sat up, wincing at the dull ache from the surgery. The silence was unsettling, amplifying every creak and rustle. I pressed the call button for the nurse, but there was no response. Panic began to set in. Where was everyone? Swinging my legs over the side of the bed, I gingerly stood up. The room spun for a moment, and I had to steady myself against the bed rail. Once the dizziness passed, I made my way to the door, every step echoing in the empty space. The hallway outside was equally deserted. The fluorescent lights flickered, some barely illuminating their surroundings. I called out, my voice sounding small and hollow in the vast corridor. "Hello? Is anyone there?" No response. The silence was oppressive, pressing down on me from all sides. I began to walk, my hospital gown rustling with each step. As I moved further down the hallway, I noticed the doors to the patient rooms were ajar, but inside each one, the beds were empty, the machines silent. The feeling of dread grew stronger with each step. I reached the nurse's station, hoping to find anyone who could explain what was happening. But the station was abandoned, papers scattered across the desk, monitors dark. A sudden noise made me jump, a faint, metallic clinking sound coming from further down the hall. I hesitated, fear gnawing at my resolve, but I had to know what was going on. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. The noise led me to a door at the end of the hallway. The sign above read operating room. I pushed the door open, the hinges creaking loudly in the silence. The sight that met my eyes was like something out of a nightmare. The room was filled with surgical instruments, glinting ominously under the flickering lights. The floor was smeared with blood, dark and drying. The operating table in the center of the room was stained, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. I staggered back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. What had happened here? My mind raced with horrific possibilities. I needed to find help now. Turning, I nearly collided with a figure standing in the doorway. I screamed, stumbling back and nearly falling. The figure stepped into the light, and I saw it was a man in surgical scrubs, his face partially obscured by a mask. His eyes were wide and frantic. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "What's going on?" He looked at me, his expression a mix of fear and urgency. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice low and hurried. "It's not safe." "What do you mean?" I asked, desperate for answers. "Where is everyone?" He glanced around nervously. "There's no time to explain. We need to get out of here before he comes back." "Who?" I asked, but he was already moving, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the door. "There's a doctor," he said as we hurried down the hallway. "He's not right. Something happened, and now he's hunting." Hunting, the word sent a chill down my spine. "We need to call the police." He shook his head. "Phones are dead. We need to find a way out." We reached an elevator, and he jabbed the button repeatedly, glancing over his shoulder. The doors finally opened, and we stepped inside. He pressed the button for the ground floor, and the elevator began to descend. As the doors closed, I asked, "Who are you?" "My name's Alex," he said, still watching the doors. "I'm an intern here. I was in the break room when everything went to hell. I saw him. He was covered in blood, muttering to himself. I hid, but I've been trying to find a way out ever since." The elevator shuddered to a halt, and the doors opened to another dimly lit hallway. Alex led the way, moving quickly and silently. I followed, the fear and confusion making it hard to think clearly. We turned a corner and suddenly Alex stopped short. I peered around him and saw why. At the far end of the hallway stood a man in a blood-stained lab coat, his eyes wild and unseeing. In his hand he clutched a scalpel, its blade glinting menacingly. "Run," Alex whispered, and we turned, sprinting back the way we came. The sound of footsteps echoed behind us, faster and heavier. We ducked into a side corridor, and Alex pushed open a door labeled stairwell. We raced down the stairs, our footsteps echoing in the narrow space. I could hear the door above crash open, and the sound of pursuit grew louder. My heart pounded in my chest, fear driving me forward. At the bottom of the stairwell, we burst through the door into a service hallway. Alex looked around, then pointed to a door marked exit. We sprinted toward it, but as we reached the door, it burst open, and the deranged doctor stood before us, his eyes wild with madness. I froze, my mind screaming in terror. Alex grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher and swung it at the doctor, knocking him back. "Go," he shouted, pushing me toward the exit. I stumbled through the door, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. I turned to see Alex grappling with the doctor. I couldn't leave him. I grabbed a nearby piece of debris and ran back, swinging it at the doctor. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Alex and I stood there, panting, staring at the fallen figure. "We need to get help," he said, his voice shaking. We ran to the nearest building, pounding on the doors until someone answered. The police arrived soon after, and we told them everything. They secured the hospital and took the doctor into custody. It turned out he had suffered a mental breakdown and had been terrorizing the hospital for hours. The ordeal left me shaken, the memory of that night seared into my mind. But I was grateful to be alive, and even more grateful for Alex's help. The hospital returned to normal, but I would never forget the horror I had experienced within its walls. Story 48. I had always loved the outdoors, so when an acquaintance from work invited me on a group camping trip, I jumped at the chance. It was a diverse mix of people, some I knew vaguely, others were complete strangers. We drove out to a remote location, deep in the heart of a dense forest, far from the hustle and bustle of city life. The first day was filled with the usual camping activities, setting up tents, gathering firewood, and sharing stories around the campfire. The group seemed friendly enough, and I was enjoying myself, feeling the camaraderie that often comes with shared outdoor experiences. As the night deepened, we all retreated to our tents, tired from the day's activities. The forest was alive with nocturnal sounds, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the natural symphony around me. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly. My tent was bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, filtering through the trees. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I sensed something was off. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and an uneasy feeling settled over me. I turned my head slowly, and through the thin fabric of the tent, I saw a shadow, a tall figure standing right outside, silently watching me. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Was it one of the other campers? Why were they just standing there staring? "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky. "Who's there?" The figure didn't move or respond. It just continued to stand there, unnervingly still. Fear gripped me. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands trembling. When I finally turned it on and shone it towards the shadow, the figure stepped back and disappeared into the darkness. I sat up, breathing heavily, my mind racing with questions. Who had been watching me and why? I considered getting out of the tent to investigate, but the thought of confronting whoever it was alone in the dark forest was too terrifying. Instead, I decided to wait until morning to address the issue with the group. The night dragged on, every sound outside my tent magnified by my anxiety. I barely slept, my mind replaying the eerie encounter over and over. When the first light of dawn finally broke, I felt a mix of relief and exhaustion. I emerged from my tent to find the others already awake, preparing breakfast around the fire. I approached the group, my heart still pounding from the night's events. "Morning," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need to ask you all something. Did anyone come by my tent last night?" The group exchanged puzzled looks. "No, I don't think so," one of them said. "Why do you ask?" I took a deep breath and recounted what had happened, describing the shadowy figure standing outside my tent. As I spoke, I watched their faces closely, looking for any sign of recognition or guilt, but everyone seemed genuinely surprised and concerned. "That's really creepy," said Jess, one of the campers I knew vaguely from work. "Are you sure it wasn't just a dream?" "I'm positive," I replied firmly. I was wide awake. Someone was definitely there. The group fell silent, the atmosphere tense. Finally, Mark, the person who had organized the trip, spoke up. "Well, whoever it was, they didn't come into my tent. Maybe it was just someone from another campsite nearby." I shook my head. "We haven't seen anyone else around here. We're pretty isolated." Maybe it was just a prank, suggested another camper, trying to lighten the mood. People do weird things in the middle of the night. I didn't find the idea of a prank particularly comforting, but I nodded, not wanting to seem paranoid. The group tried to move on, but the incident cast a shadow over the rest of the day. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. That night, I made sure my tent was securely zipped and kept my flashlight within arm's reach. Sleep came slowly, my mind refusing to quiet down. The nocturnal sounds that had been so soothing before now seemed sinister, hiding unseen threats. Sometime in the early hours, I woke again. This time, I didn't see anyone outside my tent, but the feeling of being watched was even stronger. I lay there, heart racing, straining to hear any unusual sounds. But all I could hear was the wind rustling through the trees and the distant calls of nocturnal animals. Morning came, and I emerged from my tent, bleary-eyed and on edge. The group was quieter than the day before, the tension palpable. No one mentioned the previous night's incident, but it was clear that everyone was uneasy. As we packed up to leave, Mark pulled me aside. "Hey, I'm really sorry about what happened," he said, his voice low. "I don't know who or what it was, but I promise I'll look into it. Maybe we can figure it out once we're back." I nodded, appreciating his concern. "Thanks, Mark. I just want to understand what happened." We drove back to the city, the mood somber. Over the next few days, I tried to put the experience behind me, but it lingered in the back of my mind, a constant source of unease. I spoke to a few of the other campers, but no one had any answers. The mysterious figure remained just that, a mystery. Weeks later, I received a message from Mark. "Hey, I talked to everyone from the trip again. Still no one knows anything about that night. Maybe it was just a random person passing through, but it still doesn't make sense. Just wanted to let you know I'm still thinking about it. The message brought little comfort, but I appreciated his effort. I had to accept that I might never know the truth about what happened that night in the forest. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. I still loved the outdoors, but the innocence of my adventures had been tainted by that unsettling encounter. And though I tried to forget, every time I set up my tent or heard the rustling of leaves at night, I couldn't help but remember the shadowy figure standing silently outside my tent, watching, waiting. Story 49. It was a typical weeknight, and I had just settled into bed with a good book. The house was quiet, and I was enjoying the peaceful solitude. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, jolting me out of my reverie. I glanced at the screen and saw an unknown number. Normally, I wouldn't answer late-night calls from unknown numbers, but something compelled me to pick up this time. "Hello," I said, my voice a little groggy. There was a brief pause before a voice, low and raspy, responded. "I can see you." A chill ran down my spine. "Who is this?" I demanded, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The voice chuckled softly. "Nice house you have. The living room light looks cozy. Is that a red couch? It looks comfortable." My heart pounded in my chest. The description was spot on. I glanced at my living room through the open bedroom door. The light was on, casting a warm glow over the red couch I had bought just a few months ago. "Who are you?" "How do you know what my house looks like?" I asked, my voice rising with fear. "I'm watching you," the voice said, almost amused. "Why don't you come to the window and say hello?" I felt a surge of panic. I jumped out of bed and hurried to the window, my hands trembling as I pulled back the curtain just enough to peek outside. The street was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the streetlights. There was no one in sight. "Where are you?" I demanded, my eyes scanning the dark corners of my yard. "Closer than you think," the voice replied. Then the line went dead. I dropped the phone, my mind racing. Was this some kind of sick joke? I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the sensation that someone was out there, hidden in the darkness. I called the police, my hands still shaking. I explained the situation, and they assured me they would send a patrol car to check the area. While waiting, I turned off all the lights in the house, hoping to make it harder for anyone outside to see in. Minutes felt like hours as I sat in the dark, listening for any sound, any sign that someone was nearby. When the police arrived, I ran outside to meet them, grateful for their presence. 2 officers, a man and a woman, approached me. "We received your call. Can you tell us exactly what happened?" the male officer asked. I recounted the eerie phone call, the detailed description of my living room, and the overwhelming sense of being watched. The officers listened attentively, then began to search the perimeter of my house. They checked every nook and cranny, shining their flashlights into the darkest corners of my yard. After a thorough search, they found nothing. No signs of anyone lurking around, no footprints, nothing out of the ordinary. "It looks like whoever called is gone," the female officer said, trying to reassure me. "We'll patrol the area for a while, but if you get any more calls, don't hesitate to contact us." I nodded, thanking them for their help. As they drove away, the sense of isolation returned, even more intense than before. I double-checked the locks again and tried to calm my racing heart. Back inside, I sat on the edge of my bed, my mind replaying the conversation over and over. Who could it have been? Why were they watching me? The questions swirled in my mind, keeping me from finding any semblance of peace. I tried to sleep, but every noise, Every creak of the house made my heart leap. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a restless sleep. The next day, I felt like a zombie, my mind foggy from lack of sleep and lingering fear. I decided to install additional security measures. I ordered motion sensor lights, security cameras, and even considered getting a dog for extra protection. That night, as I waited for the new security equipment to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept my phone close, ready to call the police at the first sign of trouble. Around midnight, the phone buzzed again. I stared at the screen, the same unknown number flashing. My hand shook as I answered. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice barely above a whisper. "Did you enjoy our chat last night?" the voice replied, a sinister edge to it. "I think I'll pay you a visit soon." "Leave me alone," I shouted, hanging up and immediately dialing the police. The operator assured me that officers were on their way. I paced the living room, feeling trapped and vulnerable. This time I didn't dare look out the window, afraid of what I might see. The police arrived quickly and I showed them the call log on my phone. They took my statement again and promised to increase patrols in the area. One of the officers, a kind-faced woman, stayed with me for a while, trying to calm my nerves. "I know it's scary," she said gently, "but we will do everything we can to keep you safe. Don't hesitate to call us if anything happens, no matter how small." I nodded, grateful for her reassurance. As she left, I tried to settle back into some semblance of normalcy, but the fear was ever present. Over the next few days, the security equipment arrived, and I installed everything meticulously. The cameras gave me some peace of mind, allowing me to monitor the outside of my house from my phone. The motion sensor lights lit up the yard at the slightest movement, making it harder for anyone to approach unnoticed. Despite these measures, the phone calls continued, each one more unsettling than the last. The caller described intimate details about my life, things that no one outside my closest friends would know. It was clear that whoever this was, they had been watching me for some time. The police continued to patrol the area, but they were always one step behind. The caller never stayed on the line long enough to trace, and there were no physical clues to their identity. One night, as I reviewed the security footage, I noticed something strange. A figure, barely visible in the shadows, moving around the perimeter of my yard. They seemed to know exactly where the cameras were and stayed just out of their range. My heart raced as I realized this wasn't just a random stalker, this was someone who knew my house and my habits very well. I saved the footage and called the police again, this time with tangible evidence. The officers arrived, reviewed the footage, and launched a more intensive investigation. They canvassed the neighborhood, questioned residents, and even brought in a specialist to enhance the video. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and fear. I barely left the house, constantly checking the cameras and jumping at every sound. The police presence in the area increased, and I started to feel a glimmer of hope that this nightmare might finally end. Then, one night, the calls stopped. Days turned into weeks, and there were no more eerie phone calls, no more shadowy figures lurking in the footage. The police continued their investigation but found no leads. Whoever had been tormenting me seemed to have vanished. Life slowly returned to normal, though the fear never entirely left me. I remained vigilant, my new security measures a constant reminder of the ordeal. The police never caught the person responsible, but their increased presence in the neighborhood brought some peace of mind. In the end, I learned to live with the uncertainty, grateful for the support of the police and the new friends I made during the ordeal. The experience left me more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, but also stronger and more resilient. I had faced a terrifying unknown and come out the other side, ready to move forward with my life. Story 50. When I bought the old Victorian house, I was excited about the prospect of renovating it. The house had character and history, with its ornate woodwork, high ceilings, and large windows. However, it also had its fair share of quirks and mysteries. As I began the renovation process, I uncovered one such mystery that would haunt me in ways I never expected. One afternoon, while tearing down an old, faded wallpaper in the hallway, I noticed something peculiar. The wall sounded hollow in a section that shouldn't have been empty. My curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. I carefully removed the wallpaper and discovered a hidden door, seamlessly blended into the wall. Excitement and a touch of apprehension filled me as I pried open the door. It creaked loudly, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way down, the stairs groaning under my weight. At the bottom, I found a small, furnished room. The air was thick with dust, and the furniture, though old, was well preserved. There was an antique bed with a wrought iron frame, a wooden dresser, a rocking chair, and a small table. The room felt oddly preserved, as if someone had lived there and simply vanished. I spent the next few hours exploring the room, fascinated by the discovery. I found old newspapers, dating back decades, and a few personal items: a locket, a journal, and a faded photograph of a woman. The journal's entries were cryptic, mentioning a sense of being watched and strange occurrences in the house. As night fell, I reluctantly left the hidden room and closed the door behind me. The discovery weighed heavily on my mind, and I decided to do some research on the house's history. Over the next few days, I visited the local library and spoke with longtime residents, hoping to uncover more about the previous owners and the mysterious room. I learned that the house had once belonged to a reclusive woman named Eliza. She was known for her eccentric behavior and had lived in the house until she disappeared without a trace. Rumors circulated about her practicing dark rituals and communicating with spirits, but nothing was ever proven. The more I learned, the more intrigued and uneasy I became. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard a faint, rhythmic creaking sound. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the hidden room. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the old house settling. But the noise persisted, growing louder and more distinct. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and made my way back to the hidden door. As I descended the stairs, the creaking noise grew louder, now accompanied by a soft, almost imperceptible whispering. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached the bottom of the stairs. The rocking chair in the corner was moving slowly back and forth, as if someone was sitting in it. I shone my flashlight around the room, but there was no one there. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. The whispering stopped, and the room fell silent. The rocking chair continued its slow, rhythmic motion. I felt a chill run down my spine and backed away, deciding to retreat to the safety of my bedroom. Over the next few nights, the noises continued. The creaking of the rocking chair, soft whispers, and occasionally a faint tapping sound, as if someone was knocking on the walls. My sleep was restless, and my dreams were filled with images of the hidden room and its ghostly occupant. Determined to understand what was happening, I decided to set up a camera in the hidden room. I hoped to capture evidence of the strange occurrences and perhaps find a rational explanation. I placed the camera on the dresser, ensuring it had a clear view of the entire room, and left it recording overnight. The next morning, I eagerly retrieved the camera and reviewed the footage. At first, there was nothing unusual, just the stillness of the room. But then, in the early hours of the morning, the rocking chair began to move on its own. The whispers started again, faint but unmistakable. And then, to my horror, I saw a shadowy figure appear briefly in the corner of the room before disappearing. I showed the footage to a few friends, hoping for a logical explanation, but they were as baffled as I was. One friend suggested bringing in a paranormal investigator, and though I was skeptical, I agreed. I needed answers. The investigator, a middle-aged woman named Claire, arrived a few days later. She walked through the house, her expression serious. When we reached the hidden room, she paused, her brow furrowing. "There's definitely a presence here," she said. "It's strong, and it feels unsettled." Claire set up her equipment and began her investigation. She asked questions, trying to communicate with whatever spirit might be lingering in the room. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the room felt colder. "Why are you here?" Claire asked, her voice calm and steady. "What do you want?" For a moment, there was silence. Then, the whispering started again, louder this time. The rocking chair began to move, and Claire's equipment picked up a distinct, sorrowful voice saying, "Help me." "Help you how?" Claire asked gently. The whispers grew frantic, the voice repeating, help me," over and over. Claire turned to me. "I think this spirit is trapped, unable to move on. We need to find out what's keeping it here." We decided to search the hidden room thoroughly, hoping to find something that might explain the spirit's unrest. As we moved the dresser, we discovered a loose floorboard. Underneath, we found a small, locked box. Inside the box were letters, written by Eliza. They revealed a tragic story. She had been tormented by visions and believed she was cursed. She wrote about trying to protect herself with rituals and spells, but nothing had worked. In her final letter, she expressed her fear that she would never find peace. Claire suggested we perform a cleansing ritual to help Eliza's spirit move on. I was hesitant but agreed, hoping it would bring an end to the haunting. That night, Claire led the ritual, burning sage and reciting prayers. As the ritual progressed, the air grew lighter, and the oppressive feeling lifted. The rocking chair stilled, and the whispers faded. By the time we finished, the room felt peaceful, almost serene. The strange noises stopped after that night. The house felt different, more welcoming. I continued my renovations, finally able to sleep soundly. Though the experience left me with lingering questions, I felt a sense of closure. I had uncovered a hidden part of the house's history and helped a troubled spirit find peace. The forgotten room remained a reminder of the past, but now it was a place of quiet reflection rather than fear. Story 51. My best friend, Emily, and I had planned this hiking trip for months. We both loved the outdoors, and the idea of spending a few days in a remote, untouched area was exhilarating. The weather was perfect, with a clear sky and a gentle breeze, as we set off into the wilderness. Our spirits were high, and the beauty of the surroundings made us feel alive and connected to nature. The first 2 days went smoothly. We followed marked trails, camped under the stars, and enjoyed each other's company. On the third day, we decided to explore a less traveled path that Emily had read about online. It was supposed to lead to a secluded waterfall, a hidden gem that few people knew about. We set off early, backpacks filled with supplies and excitement in our hearts. The trail was overgrown and difficult to follow, but we were determined. Emily was ahead of me, her bright red backpack a beacon in the dense foliage. We chatted and laughed, our voices mingling with the sounds of the forest. As the day wore on, the trail became increasingly challenging. We had to climb over fallen trees, wade through streams, and push through thick underbrush. Emily was fearless, her adventurous spirit driving her forward. I struggled to keep up, but her enthusiasm was infectious. Around midday, we reached a particularly dense section of the forest. Emily was about 10 feet ahead, and I lost sight of her for a moment as I navigated around a large boulder. When I emerged on the other side, she was gone. Emily, I called out, expecting her to be just around the next bend. There was no answer. I quickened my pace, my heart starting to race. "Emily," I shouted, louder this time. The only response was the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. Panic set in. I dropped my backpack and ran in the direction I had last seen her, calling her name over and over. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming ominously. Minutes turned into hours as I searched frantically, my calls growing more desperate with each passing moment. As the sun began to set, I stumbled upon a small clearing. My heart leapt when I saw Emily's belongings neatly arranged on the ground. Her backpack, water bottle, and even her hat were there, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. I collapsed to my knees, tears streaming down my face. The fear and confusion were overwhelming. How could she be gone? We were in the middle of nowhere, with no one else around. I searched the clearing, hoping for some clue, but there was nothing. In a daze, I grabbed Emily's backpack and rummaged through it, looking for her phone or anything that might help me understand what had happened. Her phone was there, but it was dead. I sat back, feeling utterly helpless. Night fell, and the forest around me came alive with sounds. I built a small fire, hoping its light would offer some comfort and maybe attract Emily if she was nearby. I stayed awake, listening intently for any sign of her, but the night passed in eerie silence. The next morning, I resumed my search, tracing and retracing my steps, calling her name until my voice was hoarse. I found no tracks, no broken branches, nothing to indicate where she might have gone. It was as if the forest had swallowed her whole. With no other options, I decided to head back to the main trail and seek help. The journey was agonizing, every step filled with dread and guilt. I should never have let her out of my sight. I should have stayed closer. When I finally reached the main trail, I encountered another group of hikers. I explained the situation, my voice trembling with emotion. They assured me they would help and guided me to the nearest ranger station. The rangers immediately organized a search party. They questioned me thoroughly, asking for every detail about our hike in the area where Emily had disappeared. Teams of searchers spread out, combing the forest for any sign of her. Days turned into weeks, and the search continued, but there was no trace of Emily. Her disappearance made headlines, and volunteers from all over joined the effort. I stayed in the area, helping as much as I could, but the hope of finding her alive began to fade. In the end, the official search was called off, but I couldn't leave. I spent months returning to the forest, searching on my own, driven by the need to find answers. The forest had become a haunting place, filled with memories of Emily and the inexplicable sense of loss. One evening, exhausted and disheartened, I sat by the clearing where I had found her belongings. The firelight flickered, casting shadows that danced eerily among the trees. I held her hat in my hands, feeling the weight of my failure to protect her. As I sat there, a thought struck me. The journal. Emily had always kept a journal, documenting our hikes and adventures. I rummaged through her backpack and found it, the leather cover worn and familiar. Flipping through the pages, I read her entries, tears blurring my vision. Her last entry was dated the day she disappeared. She had written about the beauty of the forest, her excitement about finding the waterfall, and something else, something strange. "There's a presence here," she had written. "I can't explain it, but I feel like I'm being watched. It's not just the animals, it's something more. I hope it's just my imagination." My blood ran cold as I read those words. Emily had sensed something I had dismissed in my desperation to find her. I sat there staring at the journal, trying to piece together the mystery of her disappearance. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting. I realized then that Emily's disappearance might never be fully explained. The wilderness had its secrets, and some were beyond understanding. As I packed up to leave, I made a promise to Emily and to myself. I would never stop searching for answers, but I would also honor her memory by continuing to explore the world we both loved. The forest had taken her, but it had also given us moments of pure joy and wonder. Emily's absence left a void in my life, but her spirit remained with me, guiding me through the darkness. I hoped that, wherever she was, she had found peace, and that someday I would too.